Peace, peace. Drop the link. Anybody want to join me? Jump on up. I'm late tonight. I work a little late. Subways is shut down right now. I hop on the shuttle bus. So, peace, peace, family. Greg Marble Sr., peace. L. God, peace. R.L. Smith, peace. What's good? What's good? On this bus. How the family doing tonight? Hope everybody is well. Go to sleep. Tight on head. Peace. Anybody want to come up? Have a bill? Anybody want to come up and share anything? I'm on my journey home. Can y'all hear me? So I shared a video today, earlier, dealing with the individual told me Lenape means woman. So I just dropped a little something just to clear that up. And I'm curious to see if this individual is man enough to admit when he's wrong. But if he's not, that'll tell you a lot about who he is as a person. You know what I mean? We allow people to speak for themselves. You feel me? Mm-hmm. A lot of people out here calling themselves all types of titles. You know what I'm saying? Claiming to be Juice Laurent, peace. Juice. I might not be saying that right, but peace. So I dropped the link. Anybody want to jump up? Chat with me. Let me know. I'm on the bus right now. I can't get real. You know what I'm saying? Can't get loose. But I said I would go live, so I'm gonna keep my word. Didn't expect to work this late. Definitely didn't expect to have to take a shuttle bus home. So, I figure while I'm on this bus, go live and something pops off, you know what I'm saying? That'll be peace. See if I can I'll ask somebody real quick and see something. Yeah, I just okay, I got somebody. Let's see who we got. That's me. Nope. So yeah, I just sent out a couple of invites. Trying to get somebody to hop up. Let's give it a few minutes. Be patient. Thank you for everybody that's joining so far. Like I said, I'm just gonna be patient. Just have somebody popping up here. Just gonna send a little invite out. But yeah, I put a little video up today addressing Quiff Holy Day. You know what I mean? Calls me bougie, but he real smug and arrogant to think he can speak on a whole nother nation's language and history. And he has no knowledge of that nation, their language or their history. You know what I'm saying? Got people stating that I said my family comes from Siberia, which I never said. I said my people migrated through the area in which would be now called Siberia. I don't make us Siberians. We predate the Siberians. In fact, we left the culture behind for them to partake in. And they're going to try and say I said my people was from Africa because I made the statement Homo sapiens sapien based on science is from Africa. So they're trying to take my words and rewrite them and speak to me. It's ridiculous. You just say the bill. Peace. Shell from the block. Peace. So I drop the link in there. Anybody want to come up? Come on up. Let's have a little build. Express yourself. Ask some questions. Whatever the case may be. Since I'm on this bus. So can't really get into it how I want to get into it, but you know, I'm here to hopefully spark something so we can all grow, you know what I mean? I know I'm trying to constantly elevate, trying to grow as a man, you know what I mean, as a husband. Let's see if I can find somebody, come up here and see if I can get my man Cheeto Pod, somebody. Give me a moment. Mm. Okay, I got my cuz Cheeto pie about to come up. I just sent him a link. He just gave me the okay, so we're gonna get it started in a moment. Thank you for your patience. So yeah, I think Cheeto Pie is gonna be joining me along with Hondo Davis, who was one of my last guests I had on. Very courageous brother, you know what I'm saying? Came into the culture when he was 18, you know what I mean, and helped him adjust to his life, becoming an adult. You know what I mean? Had a lot of great things to say, and y'all have the ability to opportunity to check out the show I have with him. Please check it out. Very insightful. Speaks to a lot of things that people are going through today in terms of wanting to reconnect with your tribe, and you know what I'm saying, and ways of doing it. Like there's no set blueprint, right? Everybody got to find their own way back. And, you know, there's those of us that can help you. And at the end of the day, everybody's journey back, everybody's red road gonna be a little different. So, you know, I can share as many people's stories with others. You know, I feel like it's something that people can benefit from. Boom, boom, boom. Just waiting for somebody to pop up. My man said he was coming. Just gave me the okay. Can't wait to get off this goddamn bus. Let's see where this man at. I'm be right back. This is Saturday. I guess people are living their lives and shit. I'm just getting over work, ready to get home and relax. If you can hear me, somebody just dropped something in the chat. If you can hear me, right, cool. Thank you. Anybody wants to come up and have a build? Let me know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll get started shortly. Just still waiting for one of my guests to pop up. You know what I mean? A little casual conversation. Anybody got any questions? Anything they would like to hear me possibly address? Um, Feel free to put it in the chat. Yeah. When will undrip be implemented? Um, Honestly, like I'm not. Okay, cool. That's cool. Yeah, please do. Come on up. In terms of undrip, that's not really something that I'm like really focused on. Um, if you would like to expound on it, have a conversation about it, please feel free to jump on up. Um, I'm not so. It's not something that I'm really heavily into. Not at this time, but it's definitely a conversation we can have. Let me check something out real quick. But okay, let me see who's here. Okay. Peace, man.
Much peace, my brother.
How you feeling? How was your day
Feeling good,
today?
man. Feeling great. Like I'm over in Australia at the moment. It's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I got to give thanks and acknowledgement firstly to the First Nation people all over the world, the Indigenous people all over the world, place where I am from. I'm actually doing Aboriginal studies at the moment. I totally give thanks for all your ancestors, past and present, mine, and all that count, man, because the work you're doing, and I've seen in the past, say, year or so, it's really very grateful for it. Triggers so much thought in my mind and in my intuition, my internal heart, my gut feeling. So yeah, just got to give thanks, and I'm here to learn and try and push the truth forward, man. Just took this opportunity to come up and you know just vibe, bro, and try and
Okay,
learn
so
something.
I'm trying to learn something from you. I feel like this is an opportunity for me to learn something from you right now, brother. So can you tell us a little bit about your background? You say you're in Australia or you're from Australia? Sounds like you're from
Yeah,
Australia.
I mean, yeah, like my heritage is a huge mix up, really. To be honest, it's why I'm really kind of involved and intrigued in this topic. So I'm first generation Australian. I'm born in Australia, but my
Okay.
heritage is my parents were born in Fiji, but
Mm,
my heritage is like South Indian, Dravidian, or something you would say, because
okay.
if you realize the indentured laborers that got taken around by the British colonies. I kind of fall under
Hmm.
that category.
Okay.
Um, my
Oh,
kind of
okay.
great, yeah, ancestors would have been sugarcane farmers, and basically I'm the first generation to come to Australia. Like my parents came over, my brothers and sisters are here too. They're born in Fiji though.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So that's incredible. Um, so you've been in Australia all your life. What have you learned, or what have you anything about the Aboriginal communities there that you can share with us?
Yeah, there's many things, I guess. One probably, well, I guess, stay on a positive note and a gracious note. You can still see how in tune the kind of communities are with nature and with humanity themselves and with people. When people look at them, I guess, in the mainstream society and they walk past, the stereotypical thought is seeing most of these people kind of just commune on the ground. They sit on the floor and they talk amongst themselves all day. People think they drink alcohol, but to me, I think that's a beautiful thing where they they also don't. I've heard in many communities there's not a number for three, so there's one, two, and many. So sharing amongst their
Mm,
society is very, very ingrained. So that's
wow.
another reason why I see the beauty in it. They're not running past each other in the hustle bustle, just trying to get what they can over the other man. But in
Mm,
saying that, their cultures have been decimated and destroyed. There's a lot of them that have been kind of lost.
yeah.
Um, so it's hard to talk on that point with their dialect, but there is a few remaining reservations. The conditions that they live in are horrendous compared to the rest of the mainstream Australia.
Mm,
But um,
wow. Mm,
like I mean, over here well, from I guess there's Pemel Way. They had a like there was resistance against the European colonies when they came.
okay.
Um, and each state, each area, I guess, not state, each area on the landmass had different kind of leading warriors that led the fight. Um, and sadly, I guess those thoughts have been washed away in history. Not washed
Mm,
away; they are still there if you find it. Like
yeah.
as you know, if you're out
Just
there
not
trying
as
to find
prominent.
the knowledge, because as you said on your stream, the I saw, I think it was, or maybe it was a few months ago. You're on with Brother Rich on Black Magic, and you were saying, um, about basically the tribal lineage and the family lines, which is the root of all kind of power and strength in making identity, rather than falling under the classifications and characteristics of this race
Yeah.
um, and things like that. So in that sense, would be a good way to try and find for people in Australia because there's not much
Hmm.
information. There's not many people talking about this sort of stuff.
No.
That's
Okay.
why I'm really intrigued of what you guys talk about, what you
So
talk about.
can you? Because I'm just trying to get a good feel for you. Um, First of all, it's an honor that you joined. Like, what I mean, I'm very blessed to have you on here. Thank you very much. You know what I'm saying? In our language, we would say anishik. That means thank you. Um, so what type of growing up in Australia, what is the educational curriculum like? What are they teaching you about Australian history as well as like world history?
Well, on that point, I guess I'm in my mid 30s now, so only about 20 years ago I was in school. I can see the change. This because I'm at university at the moment. I just went back, so they're bringing the critical race theory, I guess, forward. But prior to that, it wasn't. We did get the very whitewashed look. We got the like Columbus discovered Americas in 1492. Then we got Captain Cook come over here in 1788 with the British colony, and then they saw the land mass. This is another really intriguing part because at that point of time, the doctrine of discovery, I guess, was you could take over by war or you could be
Hmm.
ceded um, the area, right? And so what they did, they came and they saw people, but they didn't see them as, I guess, say, civilized, and they weren't
Yeah.
clothed in their manner. So they said terra nullius and made a land of nothing. So there was no
Pretty much.
culture, no people, no history there, which gave them, I guess, the right to take it on that premise, because when I see your streams, it's like those tribes, those families, like you say, the Lenape, they got left a treaty to them, not
Mm-hmm.
to like some. So there needs to be that classification. So that's what we learned, that Australia was a land of nothing. It's primitive. There was no civilization, no culture here. The British came in
Mm.
1788. They kind of eradicated the indigenous people only, and they tried to Christianize them. And only up until 1967, they were considered animals, like flora and fauna amongst
Yeah.
the Australian
Yep.
native stuff. So it's yeah. I guess that's my viewpoint of it.
Yeah.
We
So
really, and sorry.
no, say so. It's very similar. Like they viewed us as no more than the animals they would hunt, just like the animals, the deer. They viewed us no different than them. You know what I mean? When they first got here,
Mm,
so that's definitely a European mentality and mindset. You know, that of a conqueror. So
the tactic that they use, eh? I guess, yeah.
yeah, yeah, to dehumanize the people, so you can subjugate them without having to answer to uh, I guess the public, or without looking bad. So yeah, that's definitely the tactic they've taken, and consistently, consistently
Yeah.
reinforced. I'm just getting to the crib and turn my lights on and everything. All right, let me get settled. All right, back in the
What made
crib
you go live
finally.
today, bro?
Well, I just wanted to, it's a lot of things I've been addressing lately in terms of the things people have had to say about me and stuff like that. So I dropped a video today earlier addressing something that was said about me. And then I just was like, if anybody wants to, have any conversations or whatever in terms of what it is I had to say, or anything in particular, You still hear me?
Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
be more than happy to come online and have these conversations. So basically, it was just like a just impromptu drop. You know what I mean? But I'm glad I did, because I'm able to speak
Yeah,
with you, and
yeah.
the fact that
Me
you're
too.
on a whole nother side of the planet, and we're having the same issues, the same conversations. You know what I'm saying? It's very I don't want to say uplifting, but it's very encouraging. You know what I'm saying? To
Right.
know that people are as concerned all over the world. And
Yeah.
even if this just starts, not saying it's starting now, it's obviously been something that's been happening for a long time. But, every little bit we can build, every connection we can make, I think makes us as people stronger. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
And
absolutely.
it's allowed this conversation to grow beyond the borders and beyond even the mind states of the people who, like, this conversation needs to be had amongst people who come from different walks of life and different mindsets, because it's not going to just take those of us who are saying these things. It's going to take support from people outside of our communities, which brings me back to a brother asked earlier, when will UNDRIP be implemented? UNDRIP will be implemented when each individual nation is in a position to enforce the law, because law must be enforced. Just because it's there doesn't mean it's going to be observed or obliged. So
Right.
in terms of the UNDRIP, the Universal Declaration of Indigenous Rights and all that, that's something that as nations you're going to have to enforce. It's hard to enforce as individuals, something you have to do as a nation. So these things will be implemented when people get to a point where they can come together as tribal communities and enforce the law. You know what I mean? Enforce the law. So
Yeah.
just real quick, I got another guest. I just want to bring them up, but I still want to
Yeah.
by no means do I want to phase you out. I want to continue this conversation with you. So I
Yeah.
got my brother Hondo.
Hey,
Peace,
Yo,
brother.
peace, Hondo. How you doing? So we have a brother on here from Australia, sharing a
Yeah,
little bit with us. So yeah, we're gonna, um, continue
I'll
this
continue on that.
conversation. Yeah. So brother, in terms of you are basically engaging in the same thing that we're all doing. You're trying to figure out your identity, your history, right? So
Yep.
you said your people were from Fiji Islands.
Well, that's my like. See, my heritage or my blood lineage it would be
Hmm.
South Indian, Dravidian, because as I
South
said,
Indian. That's right. Dravidian.
they
That's
were
right. Yeah, yeah.
indentured.
Okay.
So if you go to
Okay.
Fiji, it's like Jamaica.
Hmm.
You've got
Yeah.
basically a lot of the population, or in Fiji, it's half of the population is basically the indentured Indians, and the
Hmm.
other side would be native Fijian. Um, so that's like where I'm at. But just so
Okay.
before I lose my point, the what you were saying before, how we face the similar issues. This is really that's something that I really feel, and I comment in these chats a lot because I've been around on these online in these areas, right? And I see a lot of arguing and all this stuff. But I say that we can't understand as being colored people, right? We can't
Hmm.
understand like in the UK, America, and Australia. We don't understand the plight of each other's exact intricacies, but we're facing similar situations, right? As you just said.
Hmm.
So um, on that point, and then you were saying kind of it doesn't come. It's got to come as a whole because I think in the prior to this time of this colonization of the European force, what was the world kind of consensus and powers before that? There would have been all different colored nations kind of under the same humanity banner. They didn't have the same leader and the same like mindset. They obviously had
Hmm.
different cultures, but they had an acceptance of everybody being in the world under this kind of, you know, a peaceful
Hmm.
existence.
It's
So I
like
think
the
that's what we got to get back to.
yeah, it's like the Great Law of Peace, right? Which has now turned into what we call, it gave birth to the United States form of government. You know what I'm saying? But the Great Law of Peace was something that was observed not just by the Iroquois, but by all the nations. And this is what allowed us to be able to interact, and live amongst each other. You know what I mean? Because this is the thing. People are like nations follow a leader, right? But when you have a law, right, that has been handed down to you by the creator and you
Hmm.
follow those laws, that's what governs us as a people, not any one individual. You know what I mean? It's the great law of peace. So yes, in these times, and this is what allowed these people to come amongst us and really do the things they did because we
Yes,
observed those laws and that peace, and we allow
yes,
people to come amongst us. You know what I'm saying? Which is something that they, ironically, obviously, they either weren't aware of it or they chose to ignore it. You know what I mean? But the point is that is definitely something that allowed all of us to exist all over the planet, and when we interacted with each other we would see the similarities in the culture, which allowed us to come together, do trade, do all types of things. And I'm sure there was issues like everybody.
yep.
Everybody is not just
All
peaceful and
peace.
this and that.
Yeah,
You have your issues, but they weren't the type of issues that we have today. You know what I mean? That are completely divisive and
yep,
conquering. You know what I mean? We had
yep.
issues, but they weren't, like I said, the type that would destroy nations. You know what I mean?
That's right.
So.
I think there's a. I just want to say on that point, you said the how the law of peace was abundant amongst everybody, right? And then that gave the Europeans the opportunity to come in. Now that made me think
Mhm.
in the Pacific islands such as Fiji, Samoa, and Tonga, they called it the Cannibal Isles in the 1800s when they came to discover, and they could not come onto those islands. They were so fearful for like 50 years because of the violence and the the warriors mindset of the natives saying you are not coming on this land. So they didn't have,
Mhm.
I guess, that sort of mindset of peace. So the Europeans weren't able to get in there as quickly. That's totally like reflective of that point you were just saying.
Yeah. Well, you know
Yeah.
what? I've recently been doing a lot of research and looking into Australian Aborigines, and they're a very unique population of people on the planet because they were so isolated, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the longest time, longer than anyone. I mean, I'm sure there's tribes on certain islands right now that are still completely isolated, but continent wise, the people of
Mm-hmm.
Australia were isolated, right? There were multiple groups in Australia, but even they kept to themselves, and they would inter intersect or interact with each other based on trade and all that stuff. They would trade genetics at certain times, but they were still very unique to the rest of the world. That's why their DNA at this point is some of the purest DNA in the world. You know what I mean? So um they're I'm sure amongst them they have a great law of peace, you know what I mean? That allows
Yeah.
them to interact with each
Oh
other.
yes, yes.
But I guess being isolated for so long, they still maintain that, you know, that level of I don't know, call it aggression or whatever, but that level of being worried about outsiders. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
here in the Americas,
Yeah.
people have been coming and going for thousands of years, long before European colonization. So, you know, the situation in Australia was probably very unique compared to what was going on in many places around the world. You know what I mean?
That's a good point.
Just
Yeah, I
because of
understand
the
that.
accessibility, because of the
Mm.
accessibility, you know what I mean? So, but that's very interesting. Because yeah, our peaceful, loving nature is kind of what got us in trouble or got us in
Yeah.
the. Mhm.
Um, you know, it's funny you say our peaceful, loving nature got us in trouble, and you know, it's partly because our people didn't listen to the prophecy that was given to us. There was something called the Medewan prophecy, you know, in the Medewan Lodge, and I'm not gonna quote a time period because I'm not exact on, but this was many many years before they came over here. And basically, in that prophecy, it said that, you know, a people would come over with skin lighter than ours and glowing yellow hair, you know. And
Mhm.
the 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 basic point of the prophecy was this. The prophecy told us, it said they would come seeking land, that they would come, you know, seeking to make a life here. If they came in a peaceful way, then it would be fine, and we could, you know, we could establish relations, and you know, we would mix and everything would be fine. But if they came in a violent way,
Mhm.
we should stomp them out,
Yeah.
and whatever was left of them, send them back to where they came from. The only problem was that, being that, I don't completely think it was our peaceful loving nature. It was the
No.
fact that it deceived
Yeah.
us.
Yeah. They deceived us. Yeah. Actually, like okay, so the first European that was murdered in North America, you know, what I mean, after 14, no, from 1492 on up. But the first European killed was one of Henry Hudson's shipmates, and he was shot through the neck. You know, an arrow through the neck, right off the Jersey Shore, right in what we call Sandy Hook. Right, this is the
Wow.
territory I would be from. So
Okay.
when they came, we was busting off at them,
Mm-hmm.
no questions asked. You know what I'm saying? Like bong bong bong. You know, some of the groups were more aggressive, some were kinder. We also have a story about this woman, they call her the Princess of Monmouth County. And the story about her is that European woman, their ship crashed on the shore. They landed in New Jersey on the shore, and the Indians massacred everybody, killed everybody on the boat, and she was the only one who survived, and she survived because she hid in a tree that fell down and had rotted out. So you know how trees rot and the whole inside of the tree is gone. So she slid in there and she hid in there. Another Lenape group found her. She had been speared through her gut and left for dead. Another group found her, nursed her back to health, and she ended up living with this particular Lenape group for years, right? So after she got healthy and all that, another ship came, and basically, the tribe was like, you should go with your people now. You know what I mean? So they sent her off with the Europeans that came. She ended up marrying one of them and settled down. And this European woman has the title of the Princess of Monmouth County. And in some records, they even label her as a Lenape because she lived with the Lenape. You know what I mean? So I was online years and years ago talking about this, and a lady actually called up. She was like the great, she's a granddaughter of this woman, and she jumped on the call, on the live, whatever, not thinking I knew my history or the research. You know what I'm saying? And she was saying all this stuff about this woman, almost insinuating that she was actually like a Lenape woman. You know what I mean? So I sat down with, kind of corrected her on things. And at the moment she realized I knew the story, she kind of, tried to backstep a little bit. But I say all this to say that, there were, there were different groups, right? Like people probably think like Indians had one big chief and everybody lived under what that chief said. That's kind of like colonial times. Like really, we were very egalitarian in how we governed ourselves. Of course, every community had a leader or a chief, right? But like I said, he was more someone who, as it was explained to me, like a chief is a servant of the people. He's there to take care of the people before he even takes care of himself. Like a king is someone that sits on the throne. He would be at the top of the pyramid. Explain to me, the chief is at the bottom of the pyramid. And he's the one on the ground making sure and lifting and elevating everybody else. Now, I'm not saying that he's a servant in the literal terms, but he's there to serve his people as opposed to being served by his people. You know what I mean? So we had different groups with different, levels of trust, fear, whatever. So some of us were fighting, some of us were, bringing the people into the communities and sharing with them. You know what I mean? We did have a level of trust, even with William Penn. William Penn was a friend to the Indians, good friend to the Indians. William Penn's children were the ones who betrayed the Lenape. You know what I mean? So yeah, like over time, the energies changed, the situations changed, the relationships changed. So, initially, it wasn't that we were just, so friendly. Some of us were and got taken advantage of. And some of us was wild Indians that didn't want to hear it. You know what I mean? It went both ways.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
go ahead.
I was just going to say on the point, if you can share the screen, if you can't, it's all good. But there's a map of Australia or the landmass, and it's basically breaking down all the tribal boundaries that existed before European colonization. And there's over 100. There's over 100. Like I think I can't remember the exact number there, but over 150. They call it the Taylor's map. So it's a gentleman, a European with the surname of Taylor, went around and like documented it all. But for people to understand that fact, as you were just saying, there wasn't just one leader and chief amongst the whole broad community. They had separate little areas. They lived amongst, as they said, was saying before, the law of peace. I think like the chief and the king would come into play, I guess, in the certain circumstances, as you said, like they're not there all the time just doing that, but when the instance calls for it, when society like ruptured, I guess, in the sense of, let out of the peacefulness. But yeah, just to show that, just to point out there.
So on cue, we have a chief, an actual chief, a real chief elected by his people to join us. So Two Hawks, welcome, and we're gonna allow Two Hawks to elaborate and speak on that a little bit.
Hey, Aquanina Tomag, peace be unto your family. How y'all doing? Good to be here.
Great, man. Great to see you. You know, I wanted to send a link to you, but I don't be wanting to, you know what I mean, drag you into it every time I go live, bro. But I'm glad you're here.
Oh, nah, you know I'm with it, cuz. You know I'm with it all the way.
You know Brother Hondo, right? You know Brother Hondo? You know Brother Hondo, right?
I know Brother Hondo. Aquanina, how you doing, brother?
Okay. And we got our brother on here from Australia.
Oh, many blessings and honor. Many blessings and honor, brother.
Mm-hmm. Straight back.
So yeah, if you could just elaborate on, as a chief, what your role is and how you interact with the people.
Sure. So I heard you speaking a little bit, and I think that's a great sort of like comparison. The chief is not a king. And when you go back, so just for some context for those who may not know, my people are Nanhignuk, which is contemporarily Narragansett. We were one of the nations that fought in the King Philip's War, which is the bloodiest war, or one of the bloodiest wars per capita since the English touched on these soils. And we were murdered and destroyed because of it. So going right back to those people, and I love the comparison because a chief is not a king, and that was one of the problems that Europeans had when they interacted with my people up here. They wanted to fit us into their concept of a king, because that's the only way they could. They said that what we had were sachemdoms, which is their version of a kingdom, because they couldn't call it a kingdom because it wasn't operating exactly to how they, you know, like we had woman sachem out here, Sunksquas, and they didn't want anything to do with that. The men weren't. They didn't want to have to negotiate or sit down with a woman. So when you ask what a chief is, a chief, I would say at its most fundamental basis is supposed to be an instrument of the creator to make a way and protect the people. It's something that's tasked from the creator, and that's why it really has to come from the people to appoint that individual there. We don't really do the self-proclaimed stuff, because if you're self-proclaiming, then who said you're that? And maybe you're self-proclaiming at the edge of a sword, or, you know, the end of an arrow, in which case that's not the people. You're not the voice of the people. You're the voice of the sword, or you're the voice of the gun, or whatever you are. So I look at it as like, you know, first of all, understanding that if you're in this position, and you're in this position because creator put you there, in which case you have a responsibility, and you have an obligation. Because I think a lot of times leaders forget that it's not just a responsibility, it's an obligation once you agree to be that. So, you know, responsibility, you might have the responsibility, but you might slide off on the responsibility today. You'll get to it tomorrow. When you understand it's an obligation, then you understand that it's an everyday sort of thing working for the people, no matter what you're doing, no matter what space you're at, no matter who you're engaging with. It's one of those things where you don't get to take that hat off. I don't get to be, you know, the basketball player today, and I'm going to leave the chief alone, because if I'm on the ball court and I'm playing and someone hears me swearing and I'm being disrespectful, that reflects on my tribe. Whether I don't get to say to them, well, no, I was just... So it's this sort of thing where you're it all the time, no matter what you're doing. So of course, you need to be very cognizant of how you present yourself, the words that you use. And I think ultimately, I would say that the chief is a leader of the people. And I say that because if the people ain't supporting you, then you ain't the leader if you're a chief, in which case someone else needs to be there. And that's the way it goes. In my particular tribe, we're set up by clan structures, which are families, but it's not just a family, because you might have a family with 2 or 3 different last names because of how this European system goes. So, you know, in my family, we got Watsons. Who else? We just got a few. We got a few different names, but they're all Hawk clan, because they're all like my first and second cousins. So marriages happen, but, you know, the clan, you know who's related to, so you don't end up marrying your second cousin down the line or something like that. Then each clan, the clan mother from that clan appoints who the Atusko sachem of that clan is going to be, the council chief. And they're the ones who, for the rest of the tribe, they're the spokesperson for that clan. So it does away with all of the jealousy and pettiness that goes on in families, because from a tribal perspective, the council can only acknowledge this person as the voice. I get what you got going on, and I get what you're saying, but you got to go talk to your clan mother and address that, and have the clan mother address. We can't get into that. So now you keep the infighting from the families happen. So, but then the council itself, all of those representatives, then decide who should be the spokesperson for the tribe. And that's why I'm saying the chief, at least in our way, I won't speak about on anyone else, but at least in our way, the chief really has to be the leader of the people, because all of those families have to agree that not only are you a good representative of your people, but you can be a good representative of their people. You know what I'm saying? And that, to me, that has always been very pressing upon me when I got appointed to the position, that it's not just about me and my family. Now I gotta keep in mind everyone's family, which means, and has meant in certain instances, I gotta address my own family. You know, because my own family's out of pocket, my own family's out of line, and it's messing things up for the tribe. So I say for anyone, I think you just hit the nail right on the head. It's not a king. It's not about having a title. It's not about, the knights go and do what you want, and you'll go wage a bloody war and have like an 8-course meal. That's not what it's about. Because in that way, if you sent the knights off to war, well, war leads to death. War leads to injury. So what do you do now when the war's over, when it's time to go hunt? What do you have to take all of those things into consideration, and ultimately your decision has to be for the people all the time. It has to be you don't get it. Like I said, you have an obligation. You don't get the day off. I don't get, it's a Saturday, I won't be the chief today. All right, it's 6 o'clock, let me clock out on beat. You don't get that liberty. It's an obligation all the time. And that's why, and I'll stop my words at this, that's why I think a lot of traditional indigenous folks from around the world, I don't care where you're from, it's offensive when someone presents themselves to be a chief and has absolutely no connection, knowledge, or understanding of traditional culture. It's offensive. I don't care what your skin tone is. You can call yourself white. You can call yourself black, Aboriginal. I don't care what you call yourself. To self-proclaim yourself as a chief, but have no connection to a community, no backing from anyone, and no real knowledge or relationship with your culture, it's problematic. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you went through. It doesn't matter. That's your personal experience. You got to deal with that, and much respect to that. But a chief is a cultural thing. It's a historical thing. It's a national thing. And you shouldn't play with those sorts of things because you're caught up in your ego, or you just found out something and you feel empowered. I'm rambling, bro, so I'll stop there. I hope that answers the question, though.
Never ramble, bro. You drop jewels, and we appreciate every time you do. You know what I mean? A guest asked earlier about the indigenous name of Baltimore area. I just dropped the link for you. You can, start there and do some reading. But Baltimore, that general area, those are Algonquin people. Those would be Lenape people. So, that's something that we can definitely find out. I have to do a little research on it. I can find out what the indigenous name. But I dropped a link that'll let you know the exact tribes that were in the area, things of that nature. All right. So I just wanted to drop that in there. So Two Hawks, how was your day today, bro?
Oh man, phenomenal, man. We graduated yesterday, Fire River and I. So
I saw that. Yeah, congratulations, brother. Congratulations.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And I was sharing it's the first time yesterday I was having a conversation with one of my tribal members, and I just paused for a second. Let me see. So there were 3 years where funding dried up. The housing market crashed and all of the funding dried up. So it was my last 3 years running a community center. and there just wasn't any money. But you know, it was the hood, so we couldn't let the center shut down in the summertime. So me and the staff just ended up, you know, volunteering the last 3 years I was there over the summertime. So those last 3 years, I was just consistently worried about what was going to go on with the center, like just consistently, because I was like, man, my family's from up here, man. It's going to be awful. This center been around for 30, 35 years. If it drops on my watch, like, I'm going to be ashamed of myself. Even though I did the best I could do, I'm going to be ashamed to walk around this community. So I was just trying to do whatever. It was just stressful. I got my fellowship after that. And for 3 years, I was focused on, you know, what am I going to do with this fellowship? Okay, I got, you know, they gave me a little bit of money, you know, let me. And then after that, it was like 3 years of law school. So it was just consistently, what didn't I read? What didn't I write? You know, just, so I was talking to my tribal member yesterday, and it just dawned on me, like, this is the first time in 9 years where I don't just feel something looming, like, you know, you got to do, you know. So I just wanted to say Katapatush, Katantuit, thank you to the Great Spirit for that. Because, you know, it's weird. It's a weird space to be in, you know, but it's giving me the opportunity to think about what next steps should be, and what resources and opportunities out there. So I'm blessed, brother. That's all I'm saying. It's a blessed day today, and I'm even more honored that I just hopped onto YouTube and you popped up. And I was like, let me hop in the backstage and see if you'll let me, if you want to hear what I got to say. So.
Oh, yeah, you know we do. You know we do. So, Hondo, how was your day today, bro?
Well, pardon me. My day was pretty good. Pretty quiet. Well, quiet at home, but loud in my neighborhood because, you know, I live in a tourist town, so things are a little bit lively over here. Over here by the ocean. Pretty much that's it. You know, spent the day working on some art at my sewing machine, and, you know, stringing up some chokers and things like that.
Okay.
And, you know, so I'm in my room. I'm working on a project for someone. That's why I turned my camera off, because, you know, I just realized I don't want to show what I'm doing there. You know.
Yeah. So. Okay. And speaking about being a busy day today, today was Biggie Small's birthday, right?
It sure was.
Yeah. You know, happy birthday to Biggie. So in Brooklyn, they well, not just Brooklyn, but they had Biggie Small's Metro cards today, right? Let me tell you, walking in and out of these subways, seeing lines that look like somebody's waiting for the new Jordan that just dropped. And I'm like, what is going on? I'm talking about hundreds of people lined up to get in the subway. Like, I've never seen nothing like that before. So I ask around, I'm like, what's going on? They're like, oh, it's the Biggie Smalls Metro card. So, yeah, it definitely was a busy day today, a lot going on. Shout out to Biggie Smalls, you know what I mean? Brooklyn's finest, or one of them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the brother Out My Mind just joined us, so I want to say peace to you, brother. Welcome. How was your day?
Peace, man. Man, my
brother.
day was good. Actually, the day just started. Peace.
Okay.
The day just starting over here.
Okay, where you at? I forgot where you at.
I'm in Saudi.
Right, you're overseas, right?
Yeah, I'm in Saudi.
Yeah. That's
Saudi
right.
Arabia.
Okay. So yeah, your day. Well, thank you for joining us during your breakfast. You know what I mean? So how's things been? I remember we had
everything good.
Huh?
Taking my wife to work.
Okay.
Everything good. Taking my wife to work on the commute. Yeah. Nah, go ahead. What you were saying?
Oh no, I was just saying. You know, we had I feel like we had a insightful build last week, and it sparked me to have some thoughts about you know, possibly putting some minds together and creating something, nothing that's going to be like a legal document, but something that can be instrumental to help people navigate this. And I want to talk to some people who have actually done some things, you know what I mean, that the public is going to have to do. So I'm going to, at some point, sit down with some people that have walked this road and found their way back into their communities. And I'm going to take bits and
Right.
pieces. I'm going to take whatever these people have to offer, and we're going to put together something that we can make available for the public so people can have some
Well,
type of basic
can,
guideline. You know what I mean?
can I add to that? So
Yeah.
I actually joined because when you was talking to Two Hawks about the graduation, I seen the graduation too. And you know, I wanted to speak on that, but then you talked about Biggie and his birthday, and I was just thinking about that yesterday, about the impact of like New York. But before I get into that, because you just mentioned this part about the that initiative. So what I do, I'm like an entrepreneur or whatever, right? So I'm actually in the process. I work with 2 accelerators right now for my startup, and I'm trying to raise funds or whatever. So one of my partners is like this. He's a app developer, but like on a high level, right? So I asked him yesterday, how he would be able. I asked him if he was able to build an app similar to Ancestry.com, but it could index all the data for the person automatically instead of having to go through the documents themselves. Because like I was saying the last time we talked, like I done spent a lot of money, like on those subscriptions, and I was just on Family Search the other day. But for me personally, I don't get anywhere. Like I can get back to like 1860, but I don't get anywhere. So I'm thinking, like, because I'm a creator in that particular space, I'm thinking of solutions. I'm like, shoot, well, what could I create to do this? Because you got applications, you got AI that'll do like web scraping, and you got things that it'll pull the data. So I was talking to him, and he's like, well, you're gonna have to, these are APIs. APIs basically connect one system to another system. And I'm like, okay, so Ancestry is probably paying the government for access to these documents. So that's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to find a way to get access to these documents so that we can pull them into the application. And then if a person is like, whatever search they're trying to do to build their family tree, our application can just build that family tree automatically, similar to that movie, that series that was on Watchmen, when they went to the joint and then, they just put the blood sample in there.
The acorn.
Yes. Yeah, the acorn. So, right, with the acorn. So, so like what you just said, so that's something, that I was thinking about as far as an innovation, a good innovation, so to speak, that'll benefit multitudes of people, and not just our people, just like everybody. But
everybody can benefit from it.
Unless you want to touch on that, but I wanted to touch on something. 2 things with the graduation, and then with the Biggie thing, right? So for a lot of time in this community, you see a lot of people, especially in our culture period, not even just in the community, in our culture period, even if people think they're African American, you see people talking down on education. You know what I'm saying? It's like education is a bad thing. You know what I mean? And you don't see people rushing to get more knowledge. So say for instance, the brother Two Hawks just graduated from law school, I believe. And he was just explaining what a chief is, and you brought up, you celebrating the fact that he's a real chief selected by his people. A person in that position, it's only right that they would have to expound on their knowledge, or they would have to, keep building on, let's say not particular knowledge, well, obviously knowledge, but you have to solidify why you hold that position. And whatever that would mean in today's time, it could mean going back to school. It could mean getting a degree. Like, my feeling is this: if we complain about the colleges being the European system, all these years that we've been walking this earth, I've been alive for 39 years, and nobody in our community created a college let alone created a grocery store. You know what I'm saying? Like, or a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So where else you gonna get this knowledge from? Like you gotta go through those channels and get that information and get that
Mm-hmm.
knowledge. And then whatever you do with it from that point, you can fix it in your way. But that's the standard right now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Until we make a
Absolutely.
standard, that's the standard. So what I want to say about that is like, and it's for anybody on the panel is like, look, at what point do we highlight education? You know, at what point do we make it seem where it's not a bougie thing, or it's not looking down on somebody if somebody that supposedly is quote unquote woke, but they got a degree.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it depends. Like, you know, we know, like, if you go to HBCUs, even though I support what they're doing right now with sports, but I would never go to an HBCU for the simple fact of what they push. But at the end of the day, you still got to get educated. So
Yeah.
it's like we push being ignorant, and ignorance becomes the culture. It's like, you
Yeah. Well,
know,
if I
people
can
look
speak to
down
that,
on smart people. They look down on people who accomplish things.
yeah.
You know, yeah.
So before we definitely want to have Chief run with it. But before, let me just say this, that when you have like the chief of my tribe, right? Well, see, my
Yeah.
situation is a little different because I'm actually connected to two tribes, right? But the chief of the Sandhill, right? He is also an educated man. You know what I mean? You're gonna find that when you start getting into these tribal communities, you're gonna find out that a lot of the chiefs and the leaders are educated and have law degrees because that's the best way for them to represent their people. And they don't put down education. See, the thing about education is when you're not grounded in something, an education can take you anywhere. But when you're grounded in
Right.
something, that's the difference between when I was in 6th grade and they're telling me and the whole class, all the Indians are gone, and I'm sitting here going,
I'm
no,
saying,
we're not. Right? So the education teaches people who have no background, all the Indians are gone. And everybody believes that. But those of us who know who we are,
Right.
see, so going into education, into these institutions, you need to be grounded in who you are, what you know, and what you're solid with. And then when all these things are coming at you, you'll understand them from the perspective of just exactly what it is. Like information. Take the best part for yourself and move on. Take the application and move on. There's certain things we're going to have to invest ourselves in to get ourselves out of the situations we're in, right? And law and being
Exactly.
educated is highly important. Two Hawks, when you talked about how when you finished school and it was like the first time in 9 years you didn't have nothing on you, I know what that's like. When me and my wife got married, the first thing she did pretty much was go and get her master's degree, right? So for the first 2 years, 3 years of our marriage, my wife is in class, online, but she's going hard. You know what I'm saying? And when she finished, she said the same thing you said, like, this is the first time in such a long time I don't feel like I got to do something for somebody, hand something, all those things. So yeah, education is important. I applaud anybody who gets an education. Wherever you get it from, it's a necessity. We need it. We're not going to get our way out of it just on some street knowledge shit. Not going to happen. So yeah, Tuax, you can I'm through.
So brother, first of all, appreciate you for even taking the time to acknowledge my graduation. And here's my thing, brother. That's all part of the colonization game. I mean, just think about the notion that better informing yourself is somehow wrong because it's the white man's. I mean, how can knowledge be the white man's? Think about that. Don't you mean that the white man is holding on and utilizing this particular knowledge to our, you know what I'm saying? And if that's the case, then why aren't we going to learn about that knowledge instead of saying, well, the white man, I'm not into that, the white man thing. The white man doesn't let or not let me do anything. There's a system of European colonization that's going on right now that often shows its face as white, but it can show its face looking just like me. So I'm not even into the color thing anymore. And my thing is this, and this is what my grandmother told me, and it made complete sense as I got older. She said, grandson, these are our lands, but we're not in control of them right now. These other people are in control of them. So what you have to do is to go out and understand them and their ways and how they do things and how things function. But you have to bring that back to your people. And that's the problem right there. It's not the education. It's not any of these things that we blame it on. It's not the system. It's not colonization. It's not the white man. It's people not doing what they're supposed to do. People not doing the right thing. And what I found is that the problem is our people come from backgrounds that are similar to ours. They get educated, they get amongst that crowd, they learn it, and then they stay there. And they start to build in that. And of course, there comes a point where they have to make a choice, because the system is always going to put you in that position. What do you want? These things or that? Do you want the nice car and the nice house? And it's not necessarily that you have to make that choice, but that's what they're going to present it as. You can't have this if you do that. You can't be a lawyer if you dance at the power. You know what I'm saying? It's like these stupid things that in our mind we've accepted. You either have to do this or you have to do that. So I say this, all of us need to be educated about what's going on. If this is the white man system, then you need to understand it, to understand how it's operating, that you can understand how you need to react and maneuver in and through it. And going through this process of law, I've learned that the law is really not on anyone's side.
Mm-hmm.
It's not on anyone's side. It's on the side of the person who can articulate it best and make the best argument. And we don't know the white man's law, right? I ain't going to the white man's school and I ain't learning the white man's law. But here go the white man's handcuffs on you. And now you're standing in the white man's court. And now you're saying what? Oh, these white people. No, you didn't. No. You didn't take the time to understand what's going on properly. So they're completely abusing you and completely manipulating you. And that's what's been going on since the beginning. Now, for our ancestors, I have compassion and understanding. These people came out of nowhere with this system, threw it on them, and then started killing them and enslaving them. So I get that. I got all the respect and honor for what our ancestors went through. What I say to our generations today is, what are you doing to honor them besides complaining about what happened to them? All I read online and hear, oh, it's the white man and our ancestors but I don't see no one doing nothing. I see a bunch of back and forth. Hondo, I appreciate you for coming and sharing your last story with Turtle, because it's just that simple. Go and do it, right? So what? They don't like you. So what? You're not there for them. You're there for your culture. And good people will find you. So when I hear, and that's what I went through. Listen, my grandma used to take me down where the federal tribe is every year for the powwow. You know, I go down there, she take me around, all the people waving. She passed away, man, and I went down there and a bunch of people acted like they didn't know me. And these are people that look just like me. These are my blood, you know what I'm saying? Acted like they didn't know me. And that crushed me for a while, but I had to learn I'm not here for them. I'm here for my culture. I'm here to learn my ways, my traditions, learn my language. And when I did that, I found the good ones. So when I hear people talk about how they didn't let you. How someone not let you learn about your culture in this day and age? Are they pointing a gun in your face? Are you in shackles? Are they beating you because you're speaking your language? Because that's what your ancestors went through. That's what the ancestors went through. That's what they endured. Oh, someone hurt your feelings? Or they called you the N-word? They told you they don't want you around, and that was enough to turn you off from you. I don't have compassion for that. So for me, my thing is this: everyone needs to be educated, because before this European system got here, your ancestors were educated in the ways of these lands. They were educated in how you did things. So education was key back then. We just need to take that same mindset and apply it to what's going on around here. Yes, go and learn everything they're teaching and talking about, but don't forget who you are. Don't get lost or caught up in the trinkets. That's what they've been doing to us since the very beginning. Trinkets. Let me sprinkle some colorful beads.
Hey,
Let me
can I jump in there?
You know what I'm saying?
Can I jump in there?
Let me just real quick. Well, no, I gotta make your point. Then I wanted to ask the brother Fairgrow, because he's in school now as well. So I'd like for him to speak on that a little bit. But go ahead, make your point, bro. No, go ahead, bro. Who wanted to?
So I just wanted to add on to what I wanted to say something on what Two Hawks was saying. You know, the saying is, how can you help others if you can't help yourself? And before you can, like, for instance, you might go out like that, you know, the whole W.E.B. Du Bois Talent 10 thing, right? So their whole idea was the 10% of the best of us would go out and get the knowledge or the whatever and bring it back to the 90. Well, obviously, I don't rock with him, but let's say you got people that go out, they get the information, they whatever it is that they acquire or obtain, and then when they bring it back, most of the time the people aren't receptive to it anyway. But it's like this. I see it from a different angle now, because I do employ people and I work on that side. It's like, regardless of what the community feels or regardless to what the reception is, you still got to get it done, because you're still attached to them no matter what. And if you're not in a position to help people, you'll never be able to help people. But if you're in a position to help people, regardless if they want your help, you'll always be able to help people.
Absolutely. I'm in agreement with that. So, brother Fairgrow, would you like to share a little bit of you know, like you said, you're in school now, right? At the moment. Could you just speak a little bit on that and share some of that?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, it's just off the cuff now. I'm just coming straight off the top of my head. But like, you know, I've gone back to university like in my mid-30s, so it's like college, tertiary education. But so what I was gonna just, I'll say, when Two Hawks was saying before about the courts and the law system, I'd also studied 3 semesters of law. I didn't finish it though. But to say that, how he said, it's not there for each person's side. It's not there, right? I'll say, like, there's precedents and there's, you know, case law, mandatory things which they kind of fall upon. But the whole, for those to be put into place, you have to then prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So in saying that, it's kind of like there is no one which way or whatever. It's the arguments as whoever you can present your story and then make the judge or the jury, like, you know, have no doubt that this instant came. So it's not really if it happened or not or whatnot. But anyway, and to get to the education part of it, like, I'll say, I've heard somebody else, like there was another lecture I saw somebody say, it's like, you know, to gain a degree might not classify you as educated, but more, say, literate, because you can read and you can write. And basically, when you do these college and university degrees, you're regurgitating what they tell you and what they present you in a manner. You've got to write it in a format that they want it presented, right? You can't just write whatever you want. You need to reference and have a certain structure to it. But they're going to give you a topic and then so they present you a topic, so you're able to like the illiterate, and you can just read and write in their format, whereas the education of oneself, I guess, and where you fit into um, this whole existence, I guess, and your heritage, your history, you need to find that and present that forward. So that, because in saying that, like, people can go get their degree, um, and as Julix was saying, they once you're in that position in society, you tend to move on that way. Like when they say you can't do the powwow or be the lawyer, when in actuality, in reality, in this time now, present time, that's something that should be at the forefront. You know, need to present these people with these thoughts of not to be afraid and move out of their comfort zone. I guess you know what I'm saying. Like they're just too comfortable to. Nah, I don't want to do that. It's not easy for me. That's not well. If that's the case, bro, then what do you expect? You know.
So,
Um,
no, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean
no,
to
keep
cut you
going,
off.
bro. No,
I was
you're
gonna
right.
say, Brother Hondo, how do you feel about the whole educational conversation? Do you feel like it's something that is really geared to take you away from yourself, or do you feel like it's something that can enhance who you are?
Hmm. I have two trains of thought on that. One, I feel that yes, education is key because when you can use the the weapons of a system that was formed against you to prosper to help your people
Fair
progress.
Grow, could you mute your?
Oh, sorry, brother. Yeah.
All right, okay, thank you.
And when you can use the weapons formed against you as a weapon to help your people progress, then have at it. Um, hmm. So yes, you should be educated in the system that you're brought up in, and
Okay.
you should take full advantage of it if that's at your disposal to do so. And even if you can reach beyond that, then do so.
Yo,
Um,
absolutely.
but my other track of thought is this: um, as indigenous people, the fact that we're taught the ways of our oppressor, that we're brought up in the system of our oppressor, we have to remember that that entire system was designed to erase who we are as a people, to erase our indigenous education. Speaking as a person that was brought up that way, totally ignorant of my indigeneity. Okay, so we have to remember that we have to have two educations. First, there's our people's way, the re-education of who we are, and then the education of who they are. So,
Mm-hmm.
those two things go hand in hand.
And what I this is what I like. This is what, just to add on to that. I never was one who liked to fight with knives. Right? I don't. You know what I mean? You know why? Because the motherfucker could take that knife from you
Yeah,
and use it against you, and that's what this education in law is. It's the gun. It's the knife that they used against us. But guess what? We could take that damn knife out their hand and turn it around on them. You know what I mean?
exactly.
And that's what the educate like. And another thing, people don't like. I think people forget that these colonies were created by two parties. It wasn't just the Europeans. That's why when you look on these town seals, these county seals, you're going to see a European stand next to a native person,
Oh,
because these communities were created to bring two groups together. We were equals, had equal say. They just forced us out. You know what I'm saying? And that's what really happened. This government is as much ours as it is theirs. From the foundation to now, they just forced us out. And that's what they were afraid of with the whole civil rights movement and things of that nature. They tricked us into thinking our votes don't count. You know what I mean? They scared us into not voting, things of that nature. But the truth of the matter is, we can get all this right when we stand up and join the families of men. And we have not done that as of yet, on a whole.
Turtle.
Mhm.
If,
So
if I could,
so
I just
so
had to,
oh go ahead,
go ahead, brother. No, go ahead, brother. Please.
The brother Hondo said we need to have two. We need to have two sets or multiple educations. Like a person that speaks more than one language is called a polyglot. So I remember a talk you did with Black Magic with Brother Rich. It was real short. Y'all was outside and you was talking about how all the people used to come using the channels and they used to be like mad people in the States trading and what have you, right? And interacting with each other. So we living in a time where the borders are gone. Like we jump online, you got a brother, I'm in Saudi, the other brothers in Australia, y'all in the
Yeah,
States. Where
we
the
global.
where the borders at? We
They're
global,
gone.
right? So
Definitely
if
gone.
we're global, then why aren't we studying and understanding how to communicate with people? Because we're global people. If you wanna hop off and say let's say you want to marry somebody in a different country, you know what I'm saying? You hop on a plane and you go there. You want to do trade. You should know the culture where you're going so you don't disrespect anybody. You should want to try to speak the language a little bit so that you can not get cheated or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And this is like we really should be in the lab studying a lot. You know what I'm saying? We should be learning like all the time. You know what I mean? We should not be comfortable within what we know and what's comfortable to, like the brother said, get out your comfort zone. You know, you have to get out your comfort zone. You have to and it's not to oversee your culture, because outside of the people who do have knowledge of the indigenous culture, everybody else that knows they're indigenous, they don't have indigenous culture. So unfortunately, it doesn't affect us that we don't study that culture. Now we can have gatherings where as we learn more about our family trees, we can start to learn more about the indigenous culture. But that can coincide with learning about law or learning about business or you know what I'm saying, or learning a language, because all of those things create avenues for you to make money. You can't ask for donations all the time. You got to be able to make money. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how your community will thrive. You know what I'm saying? So this is you know, that's all I want to say about that, man. You know, go ahead.
Well, as you stated,
My
we on the
bad.
line. We in different continents. You know, we connecting, and this is how it starts. This is where it begins. This is where it's begun for many who have come before us. This is where it's going to begin for many who come after us. You know what I'm saying? Like I think a lot of people miss when they in the spirit of something because they want to see it so quick. Like when you plant a seed, you got a tree. Now that tree may not form for or get to the point to where it is the tree you envision for 100 years, but that tree's in that ground and you planted that seed. You know what I'm saying? You might not get to see that tree fully blossom, but it's there. And that's, you know, we plant seeds, bro. And people, I think, miss the importance of something so small. You know what I'm saying? So the things you're talking about, bro, are going to happen for the simple fact that you're breathing them into existence. We just got to figure out how to make these things happen. And that's what people coming together do.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I think like the people, they downplay knowledge. Like the only reason I'm out here is because I was able to, because I have education. Right? I couldn't even come out here if I didn't have education. That was like one of the prerequisites to even get into the
Yeah.
country. You know what I'm saying?
What would you have to offer them people? Yeah, what would you have to offer them people?
Outside of that, it's like exactly. And it's like this, being out here and then looking back home, you get frustrated, you get pissed off, because the way that I see it, everybody else is coming to America, taking from America, learning what we have and what we've established. Let's say from a business perspective, everybody like English is the #1 language in the world for doing business. So everybody is learning English so that they can conduct business. In Saudi Arabia, they have connections with the United States where the United States will give them 50% off on their college tuition, and then their government pays the other half. And they get a stipend when they're in college. So they're basically going to America for free, going to school, and they get a stipend. And if they're married and have children, they also get a stipend from their government for that. So we don't have those advantages. You know what I'm saying? But what we're not understanding is while everybody else is sending their people to learn in America and to like figure out how they can apply what we do best in their lands and advance their people, we're just sitting back complaining. We're not understanding that everybody else is utilizing what we established to grow their people. And that really pisses me off. Like for real, bro. Like
bro, that's a platform.
I'm sitting out here and I educate people. Man, it's crazy, man. And we just sit up here and complain, and we don't see the bigger picture. You know what I'm saying? Cats is happy with being online, talking about each other. Like, you know, so anyway, before you start talking, I just wanted to mention the thing I was saying about New York. This is something I've been looking at for a minute, y'all. If you notice the backgrounds of a lot of the rappers, they all, most of the time, like especially the rappers who are the forefathers of hip hop, and that's become our culture, and we would live and die for that culture. Most of these people are not from mainland America, and it's like you got Kool Herc is allegedly the one who started hip hop. He's Jamaican. You got KRS-One. I think he's Jamaican. But you know,
I'm gonna break it down for you. I'm gonna break it down for you.
Yeah.
Keep going. I'm gonna break it down for you.
All right, so I was watching my expert opinion, Math Hoffer, the other day, and he had DJ Clue up there. So I'm looking at these two brothers, and you know, DJ Clue always talk about Illuminati, right? Like Illuminati, and I'm like, okay, these are Moors. Like the conversation that people was, you know, that they have about the Moors. Like I'm not bringing up the Moorish thing, but these are the Moors. Like they're Panamanian. DJ Clue is Panamanian, and it's like this is the remnants of the Moors. Then you got Matt Hoffa, he's Dominican. You know what I'm saying? It's like in everything that is coming. I love hip hop. I'm from Jersey. Like I grew up with all righteous teachers and all of that. You know what I'm saying? I know it all. Trench, the Zoo Crew, all of that. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, look, everything from that culture is destructive. You know what I'm saying? And we don't touch on that. We don't.
Okay, so this is something that I've been dealing with and I've been developing. So I don't know if you know, but like you ever heard of Boom Bap Nation?
No, I know your whole joint, man. Listen, I've been listening to y'all brothers for a minute. That's why I was frustrated, and I came up there and I was arguing with you. Yeah,
right, so
I know.
So you know, a lot of what I do on the other side of what Turtle Gang is, I do a lot of videography for different hip hop artists.
Right.
You know, I know a lot of these people you're talking about. You know what I mean? I've worked with these people. I've I sat with Kool Herc. I sat on a 4-hour ride with Rakim was before the show was Rakim, the Locks, and special guest appearance Kool Herc and Melly Mel. So I rode to the venue with Kool Herc, Melly Mel, and my man Big D, right?
Okay.
4-hour ride to upstate New York. They spoke about the history of hip hop. Kool Herc, Melly Mel going back, talking about names that none of us have never heard of, right? The importance of what they brought to the table, this and that, right? Incredible conversation. You know what I'm saying? I didn't record it because, you know what I mean? I would have, I needed permission for that. I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I sat there and drew it up. But I say that to say that when you look at hip hop culture is elements that can be found from indigenous cultures all over, right? But the beauty of hip hop culture is those elements came together, right, in what we would call indigenous sacred spaces, right? Like where they would have these original hip hop jams in these parks used to be places where the Lenape and other tribes that came into the area would come together. You know what I mean? The energy it's the same energy. When you talk about the drums, when you talk about the fire water, like it's so many things. Like the term MC comes out of indigenous political like I'm gonna break it down for you one day. I got something I'm working on, but it's heavy. But the term MC or master of ceremony, like I can show
Right.
you where that is a position that took place at certain gatherings, right? Could be considered a shakamoxum, which is a gathering when people come together. Certain events that would take place, right? A lot of these elements that we associate with hip hop, they're literally a part of indigenous cultures. You know what I mean? So
Turtle, check this out.
Yeah.
Check this out, right? All right. I just want to stop you on that part, and I want to just impart this right here. You mentioned something very important. You said these places that the gatherings would take place were indigenous places, right? Now, if you look at the ley lines, look at how we got ley lines all over the world, right? And imagine just hypothetically, you know, we got somebody that studied us, and they know how to. They want to infiltrate or conquer the people. They want to touch on, let's say, a chakra, or they want to touch on a point,
Frequencies.
a pulse, right? A frequency, right?
Everything. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the hijack, you know, to borrow from 432 to drop, the hijack would be to go to those places, and instead of using what was originally there to now bring a synthetic version. And that's the virus, like in the Matrix. Because now this hip hop, yeah, you know,
that's what's
we
happened
never
to hip hop.
Yeah, but it's our people. It's our so-called people who are the ones that's bringing the virus. Like these people have literally, they never talk about indigenous stuff. Like they'll talk against it. You know, KRS want to talk against. He always say we African. I hate the generalizing of we. Like KRS One and these cats, they always talk about African. And
well, you gotta understand that. Just real quick, you gotta understand that hip hop comes out of like it grew in the late 70s and the 80s, but the spirit of hip hop come out of the 60s and the civil rights movements, right? The spirit of hip hop come out of like
I'm a student. I'm a student.
Yeah, this is what people gotta understand it, and like they really gotta, at some point we gotta give it up to Africa, whether people want to say it or not, because when they stripped us of our cultures,
I have no problems with Africa.
No, let me just say what I'm saying. I know you don't. I'm saying in general, when they stripped us of our cultures, we borrowed from African cultures. Why? Because they resembled what we was dealing with, what we come from. We knew what it was when we saw it. You know what I'm saying? We knew the dance, we knew the movements, we knew what it was. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like you lost your parents for a while and your aunt adopted you until your parents came back. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I see like African culture and tradition. So you have people that are of certain generations that are locked into that. You know what I'm saying? And these people you're talking about, they come from that specific generation. KRS a little older than me. So he has more vivid memories of civil rights movements, of all these things that I came right after. My mom she benefited from the civil rights movement. She was able to get a job that she normally wouldn't have gotten. She was a lab technician. That's something you got to go to medical school for. They taught her on the job, and in a matter of 2 years, she was one of the first so-called women of color that worked on a medical computer in New Jersey. You know what I'm saying? But that was something all a result of the civil rights movement. So motherfuckers like lost, like, you know what I mean? It changed people's lives. So people, the Africa and all that, it's whole generations that are locked into that, bro. We the generations that's coming out of that. So like we can't, like you, like what they do, that's a part of their matrix and they program. You know what I'm saying? But we needed that to get to where we at. You know what I'm saying? We needed to embrace African indigenous cultures for us to even think about re-embracing our own. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers needed X-Clan, needed all that shit. You know, how we got it. You know what I mean? So I would give them, I would give like Africa Bambaataa and all them in terms of what they taught being African. I would give them a pass on that because that was just a doorway to get us back to where we at.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not mad at them at all. Like, you know, I grew up on it, but it's growing, being older, and now, you know, being a father, being, you know, having to slow down and look at things in a more closer manner. It's like, okay, you start to analyze things. That's where I'm coming from. I'm not mad at any of these people. I'm just saying that it's like the jig is up. Like we see what's going on. Like these cats,
that's
like,
where their bread is buttered, though. That's where their bread is buttered. We gotta look at like they did what they did. We can't, like, because they not going. Listen, I've had conversations with KRS. Like, that's my man. You know what I'm saying?
Turtle, can I just hop in? I'm gonna hop off after I say a few words, but I just wanted to speak on that. To that point you're making right there, it's not on them to do anything different than they've been doing. We are older than they were when they started doing what they was doing, and this is a problem with our generation. We are, in a sense, still looking for people to lead us instead of understanding we're the leaders, whether we like it or not. The fact that we're having this dialogue and people are tuning in should let all of us know that this information is information that a lot of people don't have. For us, it might seem common conversation, but for a lot of other people, it's knowledge that they don't have. So, you know, there's a saying, you know, it's something to the extent of you are the leader you've been looking for. You're it. So, and that's why I tell other people, you know, I appreciate all the respect and the love and the chief and all that, but I'm not your chief, bro. Don't come following me. Who, you know what I'm saying? Lead. You supposed to lead yourself. If there's something you see me doing that can be of benefit to you, then by all means. But don't come looking to me to make decisions that are in your benefit. Like, that's where it gets problematic. Hondo, I wanted to touch base on something you said, brother, because my uncle gets passed around a lot. Chief Sunset. He's the Narragansett in all the pictures with the big white headdress. He lived right in the neighborhood where I grew up at, a couple generations before me. But he had something that was very, very impressing upon me, and I want to share it with everyone because everyone sees this picture, so I don't think there's anyone who can argue he's not a real, you know. But he said that he was an Indian of today, a modern man who forgets not the faith of his forefathers. And that's something that I keep with me. You have to do both because that's not our culture. That's not our society, but it's here. So it makes absolutely no sense to not understand what's going on there. But what makes even less sense is to go and understand that and forget who you are. That's what makes even less sense. And that's the point I was trying to make. Our people come from where we're at, get over there, learn that way, and then don't want to come back over here anymore. So now what that does in turn is turn the people off over here from wanting to go over there because everyone goes over there and never comes back. So we just gonna create our own little thing over here, and that's not beneficial either. So it gotta be both and at the same time. It gotta be both and at the same time. And in your way, everyone don't gotta go be a lawyer. Everyone don't gotta be go be a doctor. But you need to learn what you need to learn to be able to function appropriately and not keep complaining about what the white man's doing to you because he's going to keep right on doing it until you stop it. I don't see them. Why would they? If I was colonized, if I was of that mindset and I saw what was going on today, why would I stop? Because it's not the right thing to do? Are we out our minds? colonization is gonna stop because we finally figured out what was going on and we don't think it's right. So yeah, put everything to a halt. I declared myself to be Aboriginal online, so everything gotta stop now. I walked into court and told them, I know what you did. So everything was supposed to, please, and it's absurd. So yes, we have to be educated, but at simultaneously, and even more important, we cannot forget who we are. And in order to forget who you are, you have to first know. So before we can even have that conversation, everyone needs to start on the path of knowing. And our people don't know anything. And that's not a problem because of what we went through. It's a problem when we don't want to know. We just gonna do now. Oh, I don't know. And I went to one powwow and I went in an obnoxious manner and in an arrogant manner. And as soon as I didn't get what I wanted, I got abrasive and disrespectful and I stormed off. So that's it. You know what I'm saying? I tried, but it didn't go the way I thought it should go. So now I'm going to go chart my, ain't that a completely American mindset, like a Euro-colonial mindset? It's the whole world's based around me and how I feel and what I want right now. And if I don't get it immediately the way I want it, you're wrong. You did something to me. You're whatever name I'm going to throw on you. And now I got the liberty, not even the liberty, I'm entitled. I'm entitled to go and do my own thing with a culture that I know nothing about because people didn't accept me the way I wanted. What's different than white people? What's different than these Europeans? What is different? Ain't that what they did to us? They came, I'll tell you what happened with my people. They came, signed treaties with us, and as soon as the treaty wasn't going the way they wanted it to go, they broke it. And that's when the war started. As soon as they was, and that's Turtle, I'm glad you spoke about that first European that was getting killed, that got killed, because the first one was supposed to be the ones they were supposed to give to the Pokanoket. Because he killed one of the Pokanoket. I don't want to get into it, but they were supposed to hand someone over, and they said, nah. So that should have been the first European to get, and when they said, nah, that's when everyone was like, oh, okay. We see, all right, you know, that's the final straw. Okay, we just see what it is now. There's no more pretending that you guys might at some point. We see what it is, and that's when the war broke out. So I'll end it on this. We have to be educated in both, and we have to do both in a spirit that's humble. We have to do both in a spirit that's earnest, in a spirit that's respectful, and in a spirit that's patient. We have been going through, for my people up here, Verrazano got here in 1524, so 16, 17, 18, 19, almost 500 years of colonization. We gonna undo that by reading a few books? It don't even make sense. So, Turtle, what you said about the seed, right, and the tree. We might not be here when we see things change. Is everyone in the chat willing to accept that? That you might put in a whole bunch of work that you don't see nothing out of, like your ancestors did. Because what did they get for holding up their culture and trying to hold on to their traditions and languages? What happened to them? They got,
that's the 7 generations.
Thank you. And you sitting here looking at everything they went through for you to be here whining about what happened to them doing nothing today, but invoking their name. Invoking their name when you do what you want.
Right.
Well, the ancestors told me, and that's what I said before. Which ancestors? Because some of the ancestors were suckers. Some of your blood family was suckers. And that's where all of the division came in. So which ancestors you engaging with and feeling and listening to that got you looking like a damn fool? Maybe you need to rethink those ancestors. And I'll end it on this. In our way,
hold up.
1 second, Turtle, I'm going to let you go. One second, I'm going to let you go.
No, because I'm trying to keep you here for a little extra second. So I don't want you to wrap it up. I just want you to real quick, because somebody asked about undrip, and I think you more qualified to speak on
Yeah,
that than
sure.
myself. So if you could just speak on that real quick, don't got to be long. The question
Yeah.
was, when are we gonna implement or enforce undrip? Something to that.
When's who gonna implement it? See, this is that we stuff. What do you mean we? Who's we? Are you talking the U.S.? Never. Why would they ever implement undrip in the U.S.? Someone explain that to me. Because it's the right thing to do. See how outrageous we are? The colonizers that took our land are now going to sign on to a document to give us our rights because it's the right thing to do?
That's supposed to go around the doctrine of discovery of the Papist
This is
Bull.
what
They're
I'm
like,
saying.
nah, we ain't gonna do that.
Why would they do that? Someone help me. Why would they do? If I came and took your car off you and I ride around the neighborhood every day in your car, giving you the finger, telling you what, hopping out, you know, why would I give you your car and you ain't did nothing but cry to your homies that I took your car? Why would I give it back to you?
Bully shit.
And that's exactly what they are. And we sitting here whining because the bully keeps bullying us. So they're never going to do that. Undrip will be implemented when we conduct ourselves the way a nation is supposed to. And then for a nation, you need to tie back to one. So this is why I keep saying, what do you mean we? I don't know. We're not related. So I can't implement undrip for you if you're not my people. You can't do nothing for me if you're not my people. You can do for your people. I can do for my people. Then we can link up and see how we move together.
That's
But
the Confederation.
everyone sitting around, even that notion, when
Right.
we gonna, what do you mean when? When you start, that's when we gonna do it. When you figure it out, that's when we'll start. Every time someone asks me when that's gonna be my response from now on. When you get it done, that's when we'll implement it. When you get it done.
That's what Take say. Will we? That's what Take say. How will we?
So undrip is fire. Undrip is something, as I stated earlier, that's something that nations are gonna have to implement, and like it's law.
Yeah,
it's a law that you have to fight for yourself.
It's not even a law. It's a declaration.
It's not a law. It's a declaration.
It's a declaration on what indigenous folks can do. So guess what, indigenous folks? You got to go out and do it. And what are we sitting here complaining about? The undrip, the declaration on what indigenous folks can do, the U.S. didn't do it for us. Like, there's no reason for them to respect us on an international level. There's no reason. I've been to the UN a few times. There's no reason for the world to respect us. We sit here and whine and complain around what bullies are doing to us. A declaration is out there on what we can do. And instead of operating correctly, we sitting here complaining that the bully's not doing it for us. No one wants to hear that. You want to know why? Because there's people being enslaved right now. There's people going through genocides right now. As we complain on social media about what happened 300 years ago, man. Like, we got to snap out of this. Yes, there's police abuse and misconduct and all that all around the world. So we shouldn't be looking to be treated especially. We should be saying this shit's going on everywhere. What am I going to do about it? It's going on everywhere. No one's coming in to help. What am I going to do to help myself? What has Creator given me the ability and the capacity to do to impact around me? And imagine if everyone in a tribe, just a tribe of 20 people, let's just say a clan of 20 people, all said simultaneously, what can I personally do to help all of us move forward, and then did it consistently? What if just 20 people who were blood related said that and did it consistently? I'm going to do what I can to move all of us forward. Not, well, they ain't doing what I need them to do, so I'm not going to. No, I'm going to do all that I can to move us forward. I don't know what they're doing, but I'm going to do what I can to move us forward. Now we're talking tribe. See, now if my family's moving like that, as head of my family, I feel comfortable approaching other families like that. Hey, look, man, we got this going on. What y'all got going on?
Mm-hmm.
See, now we're building. We ain't the same, but we building together. And that's the way I move. That's the way I operate. That's the way I move forward. I'm not debating you at all. Hear me. Get the person who wrote the books that you studied, and I'll talk to them. There's
who
no
does he think
debate.
he is?
You don't debate a chief of a nation. You got to be out. Listen, we're gonna
He's
dismiss this now. And
delusional.
this is what I'm saying. American nonsense. Imagine coming from here, right? Going over to the ABO tribe.
Oh my God.
Saying to the chief of the ABO tribe, I studied these European books on your people. We need to debate now. No. How about that? How about a flat out no? I'm never debating.
Yo,
He's
serious, bro.
Huh?
Man, I can't see the comments.
He's not serious talking to me. Huh? He's not serious talking
Who
to
is
me.
Saying none of them words.
Yeah.
He used for his title.
You gotta know that. Listen,
I
that's
don't
never
respect
happening.
that
Let's put
Bro,
that
listen.
out there into the atmosphere. It's never happening. There'll never be a
Bro,
time when I debate you.
Bro, we don't take you serious, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even gonna yell back and forth with you no more.
Yeah.
Bro, listen, I'm just being honest. Like, listen,
We don't.
I don't take you serious.
We don't.
Like,
honestly, we don't. We
you
get
said,
what's going on.
Hold up.
You made it. You got a buzz. You got people following on social media. We not hating. That's why we over here having the conversation over here. You're in this chat.
Holly Bay. Deep Holly Bay. You're a joke, bro. Listen, you said Lenape means woman. I didn't drop the video.
Listen, he's outrageous.
And you can't even admit that you're wrong.
He don't got a nation he comes from. He got upset when he got asked last time. He's excluded himself from the conversation. We talk about how nations build. We talk about the culture of nations. He's a generic Aboriginal. You need to go to that space to have that. When no one's running, you're just not invited to the conversation.
No, yeah. Do the etymology to Aboriginal.
You can't come here. We don't want you to be here with us.
Bro.
See,
bro, come on.
What an outrageous, listen, too much negative energy. I gotta go get to my family anyway. You know what I'm saying? I just want to hop on here. But here's the deal, everyone. This is a perfect example. Humility, respect. You know what I'm saying? Those two elements right there will get you into many spaces.
White people
in the
own
indigenous
land,
community.
nigga.
I'm gonna add one more. Respect, humility, and patience. Those three things will get you into many spaces in the indigenous community because people see your spirit. They don't care much about what you're saying. They don't, I would say initially, even care much about what you're wearing. Who are you? Who are your people?
No, let me say this. No indigenous people own land. The land owns us.
What do you mean, bro? You mean, like, what do you, hear me. There's a pond in Providence, Rhode Island. You can Google it. It's called Mashapog Pond. My people are the Mashapog. So what do you even mean? Show me a land area called Aboriginal. You're the chief of the Aboriginals, right? It just gets to be so outrageous. And what do you call my? He came on. I mean, listen to this. Imagine someone
land, bro.
Imagine someone coming into a space with people they haven't spoken before, and they introduce themselves as the GOAT. The GOAT.
Oh.
The GOAT.
Yo, he's saying he owns land, bro. Like, and that means what? That you own.
Good for you. Good
Europeans
for you.
own land. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Thank you. He's a European.
You think my people don't got land?
He's a European. He's a European. He's a European. Even if he got some indigenous heritage, he's a European. That's
you just said you own land. We say the land owns us. That's why we have a territory.
There's a pond where my people. What do you mean? They named the Europeans still have our names in their system to show where we're at still today. Oh, you mean own like in the European system?
Oh, there's a real Aboriginal right there.
Outside of the European system,
That's what do you have? Aborigine.
outside of the European system,
There's
what
a
do you
real
have? You
Aborigine
don't
right
have
there.
knowledge. He doesn't. Well, Hondo, he don't got culture.
No.
Outside of Europeans, outside of what Europeans wrote, he don't got history. He don't got
No, we're not the
culture.
same, bro.
He don't got relationships. He don't
Who's
got.
he related to? He related to
European.
you?
He's a
He ain't related to
European.
me. He related to you, Turtle?
We got Southeast
know?
Indians in this. We got.
Thank you.
We
don't know
got
where you from,
brothers
brother.
from Australia.
The
Nobody
planet
knows
of,
you,
thank
bro.
you. You, brother. So he's
You the chief of the
Fair Grow,
Aboriginals.
brother. This
I
brother.
bet Fair Grow don't know who you are.
This brother's
He's
from
a
your land.
landlord.
He's the chief of your land too, Fair Grow, because he's the chief of the Aboriginals.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So that includes Australia too.
You know who he is? Fair Grow?
Nah.
You ever met him? Oh,
I'm a
okay.
landlord, a European concept.
Yeah.
That's straight from England, the landlord. Fair Grow, am I lying, brother? Ain't that because I don't recall my people didn't have landlords before Europeans got here. My grandfather founded our town.
That's why
Peace to that man.
Exactly. He
that
came
man.
in with the
Respect.
Europeans and they helped
TURTLEGANG,
set
you
up
muted,
the
bro.
town. You're a black European. We
Brother,
get it.
can I just touch on something?
I'm supreme chief of where?
Can I just touch on something?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. See, this is the problem. Okay? There's all these people. They're out here. They're punching. They're trying to punch the codes, but they don't know the password. You know? We all know the password because we were born into it. We reconnected and we received that password. You don't have that password. In order to be in the club, you must know the password, and you do not know the password because it's
That's
not
a great
written in
point.
your veins. Because that's where it's written out. It's written in our veins.
Yeah. How he said, Turtle was saying before, like, you know, the land owns us, as we kind of, you know, say we're the caretakers. All over here in the Australian continent, the indigenous people believe that they are the caretakers of the land. It owns them, it provides for them. So for you to be going saying, I have a land mass, or I own land, or whatnot, like, come on, bro.
That's why we don't take you serious. And we diverge a little. It added a little light.
Oh, listen. Who are your people?
Who's your family?
Who are your people? Give me a specific name and a specific location they were at, and we could begin to have some level of respect for you.
Who's your family?
The oldest people in culture in America.
It gets to be ridiculous. The goat. Did you see the goat he put? I mean, in case anyone thought I was lying. In case anyone thought, just imagine you never met someone and they introduced you to themselves as the goat.
The goat. Bro, this the wrong channel for you, bro. This the wrong channel.
No, money grip.
Go do you with your little channel, bro. We good over here.
Go back. Go do a live about the fact that we wouldn't let you come on to the live
and talk crazy. Like, truthfully, we don't respect you, bro. Like,
we don't, honestly.
Like,
I mean, come on, man.
Straight face shit.
The Catholic priest trying to preach a Jewish service.
It's disappointing too because you know if people don't know, they'll see that title he calls himself and be drawn to it just because they don't know, and then get a bunch of trash. Yeah. And then get caught up in something, you know, and now they're getting disrespected by traditional Indians from other nations, you know, people who think they're playing in, and it's really sad. It's really sad. That's why I don't really got no compassion for him, because he's gotten told this on several different platforms by several different people, and here he is back again, uninvited, calling himself the GOAT again, talking about he's a landlord, all of this stupidity that no one wants to hear about.
Yeah.
There's another thing that I wanted to say. Okay, the thing is, they try to align themselves with us because they say they look like us. Okay, this is the problem. Your behavior, this what you're doing right now, that reflects on us. Because
Thank you.
you know something, as real Native American people, we have to deal with other actual natives in actual native communities.
Yeah.
And because of what you're doing, they discriminate against us because they think that we are you. Why? Because we look alike. That's the problem. Everything you do reflects on us.
Thank
What
you.
we do
He said
doesn't reflect
including
on you.
Delaware.
But your
Thank
poor
Go to
you.
behavior
Delaware, nigga.
reflects on
Oh,
us.
wow.
And we have to
Fuck
deal
up.
with that
Listen,
shit.
man. You go
Do
where
you know
you
how hard
want.
it has been for
Thank
me
you.
over the years? People discriminating against me? Oh, he has locks. He has dark skin. He must be one of those Aboriginals. No, because of people like you, the GOAT.
There you the
The
go.
go.
Listen, bro, you can walk wherever you want. You ain't showed up to no traditional powwow talking none of this nonsense you're talking.
No.
You might have got taken for a walk in the woods. So that's how I know
Yo,
you
look.
ain't been to no powwows acting like this. I know you ain't been around no traditional Indians acting the way you act. Yeah, New Jersey. Why we ain't seen you at the Ramapo powwow though, Supreme Chief the GOAT? Why I ain't seen you at the Narragansett Indian Tribe powwow, the oldest one on record? Since this is all your land, why I ain't never seen you down at my people's? Why you know what I'm saying? Why we don't see you nowhere at Shinnecock? Why we don't see you nowhere if you're the GOAT and this is all your land? Why you don't be around the people?
Right.
That's how we know you're a fake chief. You're not around the people.
Invite
That's
you.
what I'm saying, man. Like this,
bro.
we got to get
I
past
wouldn't
all
want
this.
you
Open your
around none of
mouth.
my people.
Listen,
want you
we
around
got to get
our
past
people.
all this color stuff because this color stuff is what allows this clown to feel like he has some sort of say. If he didn't look like us, have a similar skin tone, he ain't in the white circles talking to these white people. You know what I'm saying? He ain't going on these sovereign citizen boards telling these white people that these are his lands and he'll come through and check them. He ain't doing none of that. He's over here running his mouth off to us where he feels comfortable.
Hey, yo, Pop.
Yo.
You see me in the
We're not
South?
from the South.
Yeah.
You said you're from
You
everywhere.
fucking right. You was in the South. You was with me. You was right here in the North, baby.
Look, man.
You stunting, nigga. You talking about shit you don't know nothing about. That's just
Thank
the
you.
truth. And
You
we
was
see
in, you was
what
in the
you
North
are,
with
bro.
me, man.
No, man, please. If you out there seeking earnestly, man, just please unfollow him. Stop following this guy. If like you really want to know about tradition, culture, I'm not gonna tell you who to follow, but unfollow him, man. Please. Out of respect for yourself, unfollow the GOAT.
We talked about a
GOAT.
chief and a king. He aspires to be a king. We
There-
spoke about
that's
that
it.
earlier.
There you go.
How prophetic.
There you go. There's your
How
example.
prophetic.
Self-proclaimed wants to be the king. Over here with the real people trying to find a way to wiggle himself in the only way he knows how to be. Uncivilized, disrespectful, arrogant, and uninformed. And mad. Like you said, Toto, they get to watch. He gets to watch from the sidelines.
Didn't hear what I said in the last show. Do the work. Do the work.
I don't care to know about you. You've never been to my people's territory. We have absolutely no respect for you. If you came up here, you get whatever you had on your head snatched off real quick.
Smack it off.
Bro, on this platform, you're the dunce. You're the comedy. On this platform, you are the, that comes out and dances.
Thank you.
And that's what you will always be on this platform. So please, just chill. Go do you.
Thank you.
Trust me.
We got people here who want to learn, man. And you in the comments just pulling off the whole energy, man. Hey, listen. I'm gonna slide off. I'm gonna say this to the people, Turtle. First of all, as always, Katapatish, brother. Thank you for your time. Hondo, Aquaninamat, peace be unto you, brother. Good to see you. Thank you for the words. And we got to start cleaning up our own community. Turtle, I thank you for this platform, man. And please continue to do this. And for those of us who are traditional, that's the route I'm going. I don't do the color. I'm not. If you're traditional, if you're following your ways, if you're trying, no matter what, no matter what stage of the process that you're in, if you're on that path, you know, much honor and respect to you. And please don't listen to people who speak to you generically, who can't tell you who they are, who know little to nothing about their culture but proclaim to be leaders. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's disingenuous on their part, and it's of no benefit to you. You're going to spend your time chasing after these people, watching them blabber on and on and on for hours on social media, begging you to donate to their channel. You're going to learn nothing but what Europeans have to say, but you can go and read yourself. So why are you donating to them? And ultimately, when you bring that around the communities that you want to be a part of, no one's going to respect it. No one's, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Guess what? It happened to us. So we know about everything that you read about us. How are you coming? Are you coming in a good way?
What have you ever done for the people?
Thank you. What have I ever done for the people? Are you serious?
This nigga's wild.
Listen, you got to do your research before you start talking to the people out there. Individuals like this, from a traditional chief, not even a great chief, not even the one that you should listen to, but just from a traditional chief's perspective, who cares about his people, who operates on a daily basis of protecting his people from this nonsense. Out of respect for those of you out there who are on that path, the red road, seeking, searching, wanting to go, respect, humility, patience, and don't see the spirit of people, the arrogance, the wanting to debate. You see what I'm saying? And none of that was here before he came. None of that was in this space before he came. He carries, we call him matans, a bad spirit. He's a matan. He carries it with him everywhere he goes. It's divisive, it's arrogance, it's confusion. They want to debate. All of that stupidity that's going to get you absolutely no closer to where you want to be with your culture, and might even push you further away from it. Peace be unto you all. And please have the respect for your culture that it deserves. You're fighting 500 years of colonization. Take the time to do it right. Take the time to learn correctly. Take the time to walk the path. If you can set aside your impatience, the rewards are beyond. I'm here simply because I said my grandmother wanted me to walk this path. I'm gonna walk it. Creator did the rest. Creator did the rest. I learned from what my ancestors went through. I had elders and chiefs and just people around who were knowledgeable that saw what I was trying to do and taught. And I wound up here, not of my own interest or goals, but this is just where I wound up. And I'm sure that all of the other brothers that are on the panel.
Oh, wow. I just knew I would not run or hide.
We don't care about you two. We're not hiding. We just said you're not invited. It's not hiding. If I'm in my house and you come and knock on my door and I tell you, no, you can't come in, I'm not hiding from you. You can't come in.
Listen, goats don't play with wolves, bro. You're a goat. Go be a goat. Wolves over here snapping turtles, bro. Alligators. Stop playing. You a goat. Go be a goat. Go climb up that mountain. The side of that mountain.
You hang on the side of that mountain if you the goat.
Hey, goat.
Hey, gentlemen. Peace, Ganache, Woody Nakan. I'll see you all soon and have a great night. Turtle, as always, man. I'll talk to you soon, brother.
Go no dog. Go home.
Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna get back to what we're supposed to be. So I didn't get to introduce you. This is cousin Cheeto Pa. I'm gonna let you introduce yourself. Go in a little bit. You know what I mean?
All right. I like to say Cheskamuchi, in a pule, Chatupa, I'm your Masi, you know what I'm saying? Also Shata, so I'm here on the panel. You heard me. And it's wild, bruh. And all thing I can say is get connected, repatriate to your nation. You know what I'm saying? Get tied in. Because just like they say, if you are a lone wolf, lone wolves don't live long in the woods. You can't be a lone wolf. You can't. Lone wolves don't survive long. You have to be within a clan and a nation, you know.
So,
OCO, yeah, Supreme Chief, Holiday, bruh. You know, there's no beef at all. But what I'm saying is, you can't be a lone wolf by yourself. You can't. Wolves run in packs, man. And that's what a whole nation and a tribe and a clan is about. You have laws that protect you. If you out there by yourself, you will get snatched. You don't want to do that, man. You
So
know,
you waiting that he's Cherokee then?
you know.
he ain't Cherokee. I
Or
don't know
she a
what he is.
teacher?
He ain't never said nothing. I don't know what he is. He's an Aboriginal,
Good.
bro.
I'd like to know.
And you know, everybody call me Cheeto. I don't know why, but it's Chatu, meaning big.
Chatu.
You know, yeah.
Mm.
So but
Chatu.
hey,
Okay.
yeah. But the thing is, you know, people in them, they gotta stop attacking those who are in nations. You know what I'm saying? Who actually sit amongst tribal elders and the councils and the clan mothers in the Maku. You know, these are traditions that we've been holding for so long. You know, even within the Yamasi, you know, we had to do things while we was fighting since the 1500s, fighting the Spanish, the French, and the Dutch, and the British. You know what I'm saying? And even today, still fighting. Still fighting. You know, the fight is never ending. You know, you have to fight with your loved ones to get them right. You know what I'm saying? That's where you have to get when you get your family together, get your clan together, and then you go ahead on and present everything you have to do for your nation, then that's when you can actually build. But as long as you're not within the nation, I don't know what to say. And that's honestly coming from me, truthfully. Because just like I said, when you don't have a culture, and what I mean by that, like I was saying today, about how you don't have a rite of passage, and then not having a rite of passage doesn't give you the right to have courtship, and then this is why you have relationships that's messed up, because you don't have those other two things that's set in stone to get you moved ahead. You know, that's right.
You've received your order, Cheeto.
Well, you say, Cheeto, I'm a representative for all the so-called Black Americans. How is that, Chief Holiday? I mean, let's really be real about this. You say that you are, the representative for all of the so-called Black Americans. You know, like, okay, where are you doing that at? I mean, I know you got a YouTube channel. I know you try to help people and everything, but when it comes down to tribal law, what do you know about that? What do you know about the customs? What do you know about the rights? You know what I'm saying? You know, what governments have you talked to? You know, what diplomacy do you have? You know what I'm saying? It's good to be on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I had a blog talk show for over 15 years, going almost 2 decades. You know what I'm saying? You know, but I am a part of a nation. I was born within a nation. So that's the thing. when people them talking about genealogy and all this stuff that everybody talking about now on YouTube, been there, done that. We on other things now. You know, and then I would say something about the thing being Mississippi, because that place wasn't even much called Mississippi, but I'm gonna leave it at that.
Mm-hmm. Yo,
That territory wasn't called Mississippi.
Okay. You want to speak to him, Paul? You want me to let him up? You want to speak with him?
Yeah, let him come on.
Let's see here. All you gotta do is hit the link. All you gotta do is hit the link.
They're hiring?
What happened?
He says he's hiring. They are building, they are hiring.
Well, he can talk about what he's doing. He can tell us about who he is. I really don't even know who the fuck he is. Mm-hmm. I don't even know who he is. So here he can lay his shit out.
And, there's a whole lot of people walking around here. Oh, I'm chief of this. I'm chief of that.
He speaks on the history for others and start the journey. We really don't know his business. Shouldn't be speaking on his channel. Only tells the history that his channel.
Okay, bro. Fair bro, Australia. Thank you, bro, for stopping by, yo. Yo, appreciate that, yo. It's an honor to have you. Please stop by again anytime you want. We here, yo. Have a good day, bro. All right. Let me see. I guess he don't want to come up. He'd rather just chat in a little thing. That's cool. We good anyway. So, yeah, Pa. So, what's been up with you, man?
Man, bruh, I mean, I've been enjoying life, man. You know, and I'm thinking about kicking back up the Blog Talk show.
Hold on, it's the GOAT.
I'm thinking about kicking up the Blog Talk show. You know what I'm saying?
It's the GOAT. It's the GOAT.
Nah. It's this fair grow back. It's fair grow on my mobile.
Oh, I thought it was the GOAT. Oh,
I was
damn,
making a joke. I had to make a joke of it.
He was about to get lit up.
I just seen the GOAT on there. Okay. Oh man, everything good? Oh yeah.
Yeah, bro. So I'll just come up for another 15, 20 minutes or so.
Okay. Go get that knowledge, bro. Yeah. I thought it was the GOAT, though. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let me change the energy. Man. Welcome the GOAT up. See what we talking about. I might learn something, right? Well, all right, go. Come on now. I'm ready now.
Well, you know,
got my spirit right.
Yeah, man. I didn't get to make the family reunion this year, and I mean, I was there in the spirit, you know what I'm saying? But good things is moving within the family. That's a good thing. Things is happening good on my side, dealing with economics and stuff. So I'll be on there next year going to South Carolina for the family reunion. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm gonna go try to see some family down there in Monticello, Florida, you know, and then go see some family down there in Big Cypress Swamp, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna be making my moves.
Okay. Yeah, and yeah, I did a video that dealt with that, like, you know what I mean? So, Pa, do you know Brother Hondo Davis? Have you met before?
Yes. He's my Facebook friend.
Okay.
Yeah, he's my Facebook friend.
Yeah, we all connected. We all connected and shit.
Yeah.
Hey, the GOAT. You on Facebook? You on Instagram? All that? The GOAT Australia?
Not really, man. Like, to be honest, I do have the YouTube channel which I'm running, like ganja like cannabis advocacy, man. Like I'm pushing hella for that. I want to change the
Okay,
stigma we have about it.
I'm a,
See, before
I'm
I
a,
never really got on social media because I was more on like, kind of, I guess that'd say like street life, and I never wanted to be
yeah,
online, my photo taken. It's only been in the
yeah,
past
yeah.
few months I changed my mindset.
Cheap
But
holiday. Guess who's
yeah,
back? Yo, hey, yo. So I'm gonna hook you up with my man, my dude, close friend of mine, Hakeem Green. I don't know if you know him. Had a smash hit back in the '90s. It's a weed anthem. He does a lot of advocacy. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely gonna hook you up with him. Send you in his direction, and definitely like to see what could come of that. You know, what I mean, he does a lot of work
appreciate that.
dealing with the whole weed movement. All right.
Facts.
So yeah, definitely, man. Holiday
Yeah,
back, but he don't want to come up. I guess
they
not.
Fair girl, they want to know what your people call themselves. What is the
Oh,
name of your
Were you
okay.
talking like the indigenous over
the
in
tribal
Australia,
name? Yeah,
like in general?
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, like, I mean, I'm studying that at the moment. So there was doing like Aboriginal studies at university college level. So there was a speaker. He came in a few weeks ago, and he kind of spoke on that topic. So as I was saying before, like being Aboriginal Indigenous is really not the term. That's a general overview. Each tribe has their own name. So where I'm at now, I should have mentioned this before, but it's called the Ghana people. It's with Kaurna. So there's Murray. As there's a map there, so there's like over 150 different tribes. The area that I'm at is probably like maybe a space of like, I don't know, maybe like 1,000 square kilometers or something like that, or
Yeah.
maybe more. So it's just an area of land. There's Murrays, there's Kooris. They're the kind of on the east coast of
No.
Australia. So they call themselves. So to call he said it was
Algonquin is
offensive
French.
to call him indigenous. He said, "Don't call me indigenous. Uh, they Aboriginal or their tribal name." And when they also say they're mob. So and that's an actual
Mm-hmm.
respectful term to use within their community. So their tribal name will be called their mob. So which mob are you from? Would be like the Ghana people. And on that fact, because I took the topic, this subject, at the beginning of it, we had a smoking ceremony with some elders who are of the community and involved with the university, and they like did a smoking to kind of bring each student accepted as a Ghana person. So you're part of that mob now, in a way. Yeah.
Well,
So that's all I can really say on it, like at the moment.
okay, there's another group that calls themselves the Yogul people, right? And I got a
Yeah,
video up.
Yolnu,
Yep.
Yolnu people.
Yo
Yep,
knew. Yep. I
yep,
got a
yep.
video up on my YouTube that break it down, and they got a certain tradition, right? It's basically it's called the Morning Star tradition. And guess
Mm-hmm.
what? That
Mm-hmm.
star is what led them on their migration. And they have an actual tradition that they do every year. You know? Real shit. So people that talk about, oh, they from there, they got actual, this particular group of people have an actual tradition that speaks about their migration.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So on that, or just to quickly cut in, there was see now on the east coast is where the European settlement came. So there's in the northwestern region and the western regions of this landmass, they kind of left those tribes in the areas. I guess they preserved the land and their culture, so it is continuous. So the Yolnu do have exactly what you just said. Their ancient tradition is still surviving, whereas on the east coast, it's kind of been diluted, filtered down, and I guess eradicated in the sense that they built over it with all this European land and business infrastructure. But to that point, that's exactly right. Like, if we can go look at those people to this day, their bloodline hasn't changed. So obviously very distinctive features and all of that. And their traditions
Mm-hmm.
are there. Yeah, it's amazing. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
People should research it. That's cool. You talk, I mean, brought that. That's awesome you brought
Yo,
that out because
That's
We're
how
all
the
on
Great
the globe.
Spirit move. Listen, that's
Yeah.
how the Great Spirit move. I'm looking into that, and now I'm sitting here with you, and you out there studying, and like you locked in because I know you're gonna be coming back, and we're gonna be building together. So, like, this is how the Great Spirit move. We up there talking about Australia, and a brother that's down there,
Down under.
you know what I'm saying, come to us. That's how it's supposed to happen. That's how this happens. You know what I mean? So, bro, I appreciate you. You know what I mean? Very much, yo.
Likewise.
Absolutely. And so there's also, like, it's not really conversation. Some people say that English language is comprised of hundreds of indigenous words. No, English is a separate language, and the way we speak it, we have mixed in words that are from traditional native languages. But English itself, the actual English, does not have indigenous words in it. That's just what happens when you mix the two. Because remember, when colonization happened, it was two people here. It wasn't like it is now, everybody colonized. That's why you have roads, and as Two Hawks was talking about, a whole lake. Like Jersey got over 100 place names that still retain their Lenape title. And Lenape is not French. It is Lenape. It's its own language. It's not a subset of any European or any other language. It's its own language. It's an older language than English. All of the tribal languages here are older than English. You can say it's not true, but you can't prove what you're saying. Algonquin is the French term, right? Someone said I thought Lenape was French. No, Algonquin is a French word. See, I was going to let you up, but you acting crazy. You can't even be like, here you go already. You're absolutely wrong, and you have nothing to stand on. Like, you understand? Like, the word Lenape translates or means man. The word Lenape Akwe is Lenape woman, because the word Akwe is woman. Now, Quiff Holy Day insists that Lenape means woman or girl. And that's disrespectful. And I just gave you the truth, and he will still insist on the bullshit, which is why I don't take him serious.
English is not Latin, it's German.
Come up on the panel,
Yeah.
bro. Are you talking about Supreme Chief? Is it?
Yeah.
Or, yeah, because I've been. It's interesting because like I don't want to cause no beef or nothing, but I've been on this like platform for a few years, and I was subscribed to that channel because I'm into this topic, and you know, so it'd be interesting, bro. Like I'm here now to like on that fact that how it's just coincidentally all coming together. So it would be cool, bro, just to come up and talk. You know, don't just type in the chat like, you know.
He don't really know how to talk, bro. He got a problem. He talk like he talk. I don't know, bro. I don't really know what to tell you.
You said you're gonna learn my cousin, so come in the chat and learn us. You're gonna learn us, so learn us today. The floor is open. And for those who said I look like I have some Aboriginal, what was that?
They say you have a little bit of Australian in you.
I'm gonna leave that up to Fairground. I'm gonna leave that up to my brother Fairground to decide on that one. Because as much as I know, I look like my mom and daddy, and they was
they're
they
okay. I don't even know what that means. They're okay. Their question okay.
Okay. And for y'all talking about English is a mix of Latin and this, English is a Germanic language. It may have a few little Latin there, but English that came from England is a Germanic language. Most of what we speak today came from Old Germanic English.
Not in our language. None of those things mean lion in our language. Maybe in another language, that's what they mean, but not in our language. Do you not understand that? Like, what language does that mean? That does it mean lion? What language? Not ours. You ever heard of a false friend? Do you know anything about linguistics? Because that would be termed a false friend. Like the word magazine in French and magazine in English don't mean the same thing, but they're the same sounding words. That's called a false friend. Like, please don't come with that little low vibration shit.
American English is a mix of many languages. The actual English language is not.
I've got a question. So, like, it's probably, it probably can't be summed up and answered in one, but I just thought of it because, like, when you were saying before, Turtle, on the, like, when you look at kind of coat of arms and stuff like that, you will see, like, a British soldier, European soldier, and a native beside that. And then I heard you did say on the other stream not long ago, like, the treaties were made between these certain tribe nations. Now, so on that standpoint, just thinking of people like in America, made me think maybe not say like to call it all immigrants, or maybe even like people of the African descent, but that's still up in the air. But just say, so someone who's not part of those two nations, are they able to still have a strong standpoint and kind of call their sovereignty within the lands of the United States, or is it only like does in the law does it only give kind of standpoint to those the European and the native that the treaty was based upon?
All right, so that treaty would protect the rights of whatever the particulars are, you know what I mean? But it would be between those particular people and that nation. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't like a treaty between Paz people ain't gonna do nothing for me. But if I'm in Paz territory and I'm received by them, I'll be able to exist under the same rights.
Right.
You know what I mean? But it ain't because of me. It's because they extending that to me.
Okay, that makes good sense.
Which will be based on your character.
Tutelage is what they call it.
What do they call it?
When you're under the tutelage of another person.
True.
You know.
So yeah, but the treaties and stuff, they were specific. You know what I mean? That's why there were so many of them. It's hundreds of them. You know what I mean? You can pull the list up now. It's so many. You know what I mean? Because everybody had to get it right.
And they still stand to this day, right? Like, there's, okay. And I guess, see, like, what I was trying to, sorry.
See, this is the thing. Like, a lot of the treaties, this is what happened. The treaties were between, like, Britain and whatever particular group, right? I'm going to speak for the Lenape. Britain and the Lenape. Or it wasn't even the Lenape. It would be a group that's in that particular territory. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't even really be everybody. But people kind of receive it like that. But it would more or less be an agreement between certain people in certain lands, right? They took that and kind of like you ever heard of the walk-in treaty? It's a way that they kind of cheated us out of more land. The agreement was you could have as much land as you could walk in a day's time. You know what I mean? So what they did was they brought motherfuckers that was trained sprinters and brought a bunch of them where they could do some marathon shit. You know what I mean? So them motherfuckers was able to run and cover so much ground. What they thought they were signing the treaty for ended up being way bigger because these motherfuckers kind of tricked them on how they did it. You know what I'm saying? So, like a lot of these agreements,
they kind of know. You know what I mean? I don't know. But technically, I guess they still stand. But also, you got to remember, during the revolution, they overthrew Britain. You know what I mean? So that means none of them treaties stand with the people that are actually in control now, which is why they started to create colonies and stuff together. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta, like, if you really want to get into that, you gotta like study the Patriots versus the Loyalists, which covers the Revolutionary War in a very transparent way, as opposed to, you know what I mean, how it's presented to us.
Yeah,
Well,
I think that's the point I was trying to get at. And I'll just say quickly because I was trying. That's why I asked that question, because obviously they were based hundreds of years ago, these initial treaties, and then so many circumstances have changed and different governing bodies and different things have happened. So yeah, that's like will lead to anyway, because you can't just sum it up in one.
Yeah, it's not that simple, but I'm sure in some cases the right people are going to be able to enforce it. I'm not, you know what I mean? I would never say that they're not enforceable, but it have to be the right people under the right circumstances.
He's calm.
How you feel about that, Paul?
Dealing with the treaties. When the treaties were made, you have, and it's another thing, right? For a treaty to be broken, both nations must say it's over. Because one party says over, that's not breaking no treaty. They're just not adhering to it. But the treaty is not broken.
Right. That makes sense.
Because what happens is when a treaty is done, treaty become international law. So by being international law, how can it be broken unless both of the parties be like it no longer exists? Then that's when it's broken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I would say that the right people under the right circumstances, you know what I mean, would be able to enforce those treaties. But ain't no but in it. It's just that's exactly what it is. Exact people. You know what I mean? What do you have to say? What do you have to say about it, Hondo?
That's not my area of expertise.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like.
I'm here to speak,
I'm sure.
but I'm here to learn.
Well, the thing about the Treaty of 1787, the Treaty of Morocco, the Peace and Friendship Treaty, that treaty is like a young baby, man. That treaty is like a young baby, you know, and I mean, it is only limited to what they know. I mean, hey, that's what that is. If they only know the Treaty of 1787 dealing with Morocco, but they don't know about the treaties that was done in the fucking 1600s.
Mm-hmm.
That still
no,
fucking
the Moroccan
exists.
treaty is not the oldest. It's not the
oldest.
oldest.
That treaty is not the oldest.
Like, they wildin'.
That treaty is not the oldest.
Yes.
I think another good point to put forward
this how you know, it's not the oldest, because dealing with what? Article 6 of the United States Constitution, right? When they said that treaties that was done before the said Constitution and hereafter shall be the supreme law of the land. So therefore if the Treaty of Morocco in 1787 was done after the United States was founded, then what about the treaties that was there before the United States was founded?
They not gonna get that, Pa. Like,
I think like what I was gonna say,
but hey, who the fuck am I?
Well, that's what when I was gonna say, like the point of oops, there's some sirens going around, but how in the courts, I guess, I'll just wait for that. They're like, you know, how they get us to kind of acknowledge, like how you said, the treaty isn't broken unless both parties agree. There's only one party that's not adhering to the regulations. Now, in the situation, and a lot of us are under this, like we are giving acceptance to a fraudulent sense of power, which they've just said, okay, we've got, I guess, and I'm summing up and generalizing the words, but when we, and in the same way how like authorities or police will talk to you and ask you questions in an open-ended way to incriminate yourself. So they're like, you know, they're trying to force a sense of something which is non-existent, and then you acknowledge it, and then so in turn gives that power. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just coming up, like kind of like witchcraft or spellcraft in a way, like they're just coming up with something, and if we say, oh, okay, that's cool enough, or even if we just like you pay a parking ticket or something, so we're acknowledging that we did that offense, and you know. So I think a lot of people are running under that sense of.
Hold on. Let me address America True Old World, right? He said that Morocco in Africa was founded in 1958. All right. It said it doesn't matter. It's the most recent. No, that's when Morocco got its independence from France. Okay.
From France. Stupid. Stop.
That's where it got its independence from France.
Baby knowledge.
That's where it got its independence from France, man. Stop saying that's when Morocco was founded. That's wrong.
And Morocco
that's when
is a French term. That's not even the real name. That's not the indigenous name of that place. When you get to the indigenous name of that place, then you could build on it. What's the indigenous name of Morocco? Then you could build on it. Stop. Everybody married everybody. So what Algonquin? Algonquin is a language. It's a language. I think people marry people from different nations, yeah. So
like that point points to what I was just saying, how like if somebody says, okay, Morocco was the first treaty, but then you are using a terminology which has no like sense of foundation, and you're giving it creed to the European sense. So, you know, what you're saying doesn't stand on any ground. Or if it does stand on ground, it gives them, it's in a European-based thought, and then they figured it out, so their, you know, rights and good things go to them. Kind of, you know? Like, as you said, you got to find the indigenous terminology and then go from that, because that's the truth. That was the actual foundation of existence and culture, community. You know? Anyway.
Mm-hmm. So, a Lenape marrying a French person is selling out. First of all, how you know that person from France wasn't an Aboriginal from France? How you know it wasn't a black Frenchman? Can we establish it was a white Frenchman or a black Frenchman? Because it's black people all over the world, right? Oh, you married a Frenchman. You're a sellout. Like, what are you talking about? Do you know what life is? Do you live real life?
People fall in love. I think we got here.
Natives didn't ever have flags. Natives don't have flags. That was something that they learned from colonization. Native Americans did not have flags. No. It's not even a debate.
Even I know that's not true.
You want to know what Indian means? How do you not know what Indian means? Do you mean like the pseudo meaning or the real meaning? Because the real meaning is this: Indian, adjective, noun, inhabitant of India or South Asia, pertaining to India, circa 1300, noun and adjective, from late Latin, Indianus, from India, see India, applied now. Applied to the Aboriginal native inhabitants of the Americas from at least 1553 as a noun, 1610 as an adjective, reflecting Spanish and Portuguese use on the mistaken notion that America was the east end of Asia. It was also used occasionally. Now, do you know what? Do you really want to know what Indian is? I just read to you what Indian is, but let me tell you what it really is. Let me tell you what it really is. It's really called. What's the term? It's really, damn, what is this term? It's called a xenonym. Do you know what a xenonym is? Huh, Smarty? A xenonym is a name for a people or a language or a city which is not used by the natives themselves. German, for example, is a xenonym for what the people actually call themselves, which is Deutsch. You understand? So Indian is a xenonym. So why are we talking about it? Because you don't know who you are. You don't know what you called yourself. So you use foreign titles like Aboriginal. I call myself Lenny Lenape, and that's not from no other language but our own. That's it. And we have over 50 dialects of that language being spoken from Virginia to Canada. And you can't change that. None of your lies can change that.
Nope.
Like, you're wilding, bro. I am the rock they could not remove. The government couldn't do it. Colonization couldn't do it. The hood couldn't do it. Like, bro, you're wilding. Chill. And you're wrong about so much. And the more you open your mouth, the more you reveal how wrong you are. And when all the people that respect you catch up to your lies, bro, you gonna feel real stupid. I'm trying to help you. You need to chill because you be saying so much dumb shit. It's a xenonym. They're all xenonyms. Unless you know what you called yourself, anything you call yourself is a xenonym. That's it. End of story. You're arguing over xenonyms. No, we know what we called ourselves. Pa, what'd your people call yourself?
Yamasi.
There you go. The real GOAT. What'd your people call themselves?
With me?
Yeah, you the real GOAT.
Gee, man. I can't even answer that.
Oh no, that's right. Yeah, I forgot. You still on your journey.
Yeah.
Hold up. Oh, it's Hondo.
Sorry, got a call.
Okay. Hondo, what did your people call themselves?
Honor yan wea.
There you go.
Waka duka naftina. Dako do on. Aya wea. Honor yan wea.
My people didn't fight. They bent. I just told you, you don't listen. The first European killed in America was killed by my people. What are you talking about? It's documented wars we fought in. What is you talking about? Like, do you know anything about history? No, but you think America the true old world. You playing yourself too. Watch. 4 years, you're not going to be calling yourself America true old world. I guarantee you.
He's gonna be
guarantee.
Universe.
And he probably ain't used the term supreme till the brand got hot. Stop playing.
Silly man.
I've never been to Siberia. My people came through that area, just like they came through the rest of the world. See? Real easy. Everybody can say what they are. All you can do is talk about other people. All you can do is talk about other people, bro. Because you can't talk about yourself. And it's really pathetic, bro. I deal with people like you every day.
I didn't get it there. The fact that he stayed in the chat, that's a bit of a sign in itself, man. Like, why wouldn't you come up and try and, like, just communicate and talk on a, like, a level of being human?
Bro, Homo sapiens sapien is from Africa. OCO. Why can't you separate a species from nations? Or you think like I don't get it. You don't get the difference between a species and a nation? How many there's different nations of a species? You don't get that? So when I talk about Africa, I'm talking about the origins of a species, not a nation, not a tradition, not foods, not a culture. I'm talking about a species. You don't get that? Pa, he don't get that?
Obviously not.
But you talking about Darwinism, we ain't say nothing about it. Did anybody mention that? Did anybody mention that?
Nope.
You the one talking about that. You bring he introduced all these subjects like we talking about them, and then puts it like this is the conversation we having, and he's gonna come straighten us out. Like he throws something in the pot so he can come straighten it out. You understand? Like it's like it's really some like some devilish shit. You know what I mean? Like God and devil, that's some devil shit, bro.
He's one of the things that Darwinism rejected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he won't be here. He won't be here much longer. Peace out. My mind is back. Peace, bro.
Hey, but I want. Hey, can we talk on that Africa theory? Because it's funny you brought that up, man. I always feel like the whole Africa thing is crazy because whether you believe in Pangea or not, the people back in the day were allegedly giants. I believe they were giants. And if you come from a religious background, like you come from Islam or the Abrahamic faith, it's like this. Adam descended in one place and Eve descended in one place, and it wasn't Africa. And they met up in Islam, they met up in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia on Jabal Rahma. So where's Africa? Now some people believe that this is Africa, and I believe it. You know, until they created the Suez Canal, this was all connected. You know, Arabia was connected to North Africa until the Suez Canal was created, and then it split the land. But you can still walk. You still,
So it's all Asia. Asia means body.
Yeah, yeah. So they call themselves out here. They call it Asia. Like when they had a soccer cup, they're part of the Asia Cup. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I think that's just a way to disconnect themselves from Africa because it's literally Africa. But how do people say that mankind originated from Africa when if you can imagine a giant walking across the earth, how you gonna pinpoint Africa? Like it's not even something that can be conceived. Like it ain't Africa. There is no Africa.
You know. So I'll explain it to you, right? So this the whole thing. To understand this concept, you got to remove all modern like idea of what you think, borders. You can't be thinking like that.
Right.
All right. You feel me? You got to erase all that. You also got to understand that, first of all, Pangea was like 300 million years ago. There were no humans on the planet during Pangea. Throw that shit out. Okay. Look it up. Pangea, there was no human beings on the planet. So that whole Pangea, we all split apart, and that's how we know. Wasn't no humans on the planet back then, right? And that's a theory too. So if you're going to say that out of Africa ain't real because it's a theory, Pangea is also a theory. It's not proven, it's a theory. Now, we getting back to the Africa shit, right? Yeah. Remove the thought of borders. Also understand that the water levels and shit were different. So the land masses were shaped different and they look different. Can you accept that?
Of course.
Okay. So when people talk about things like the Bering Strait, they're thinking of it now if you go there right now.
Right.
But back then it was not underwater. And during, you know why? Because during the Ice Age, you know what happens to water? It draws up and freezes, exposing more land. So even though it's an ice age, guess what? There's less water. And the water that exists is not free flowing because it's frozen. So unbeknownst to what people are thinking, there are places to live during an ice age.
Of course.
Okay, so what we call the Bering Strait, I'm gonna take you in reverse. What we call the Bering Strait During the time, not like before 20,000 years ago, the conditions were very right. You understand? They were not the conditions from 20,000 years toward coming to now is when all the things started happening, right? That's when the ice age started to end and shit like that. But before that, it was stable. It was frozen, but it was stable. The lands were different. Motherfuckers have been migrating for 80,000 years. And a migration is not something that you do in 10 years. These are things that happen because families grow, people move, you need more land for people to occupy, and they just keep moving out.
Or they follow water.
Yeah, that's a part of it, but I'm saying you're moving away because if you got a 2-bedroom house and it's you, your wife, and your child, then your wife have twins, you probably gonna be looking for a new house.
That's a whole nother story right there.
And then as your kids grow, they're gonna move out. And they're gonna have a family. And that process gonna keep happening. You think it's gonna keep happening in the same spot right on top of each other? No, motherfuckers move out. Now when you start talking about war and famine and curiosity, motherfuckers is spreading all over the fucking world, not from Africa. That's just the geographical location that we use now as a reference, but remove all the cultural association with it. Remove everything that you think of as Africa and just think of it as the planet, bro.
No, I feel you. Hold on. Listen, I feel you. What I'm saying is
now what I'm saying is everything that we do know, we know from science. We don't know it from shit else. Yeah, your grandmother might have told you something, but I guarantee you learn more looking in them books than your grandmother ever told you.
Okay.
Am I lying?
I mean, absolutely. You're talking about a grandmother. You know what I mean? How much do you speak of your grandmother unless you live with her? But yeah,
exactly.
I follow you. Yeah, I follow you. Go ahead.
So don't be like, oh, he's saying like motherfuckers to turn that into I'm saying your grandmother ain't no shit. No, it's not what I'm saying. She planted the seed and you did the research. And that shit come from books, right? For some of us, it come from real experiences, right? Some it come from both. However you get it, right? So, like, people be wanting to pick and choose when they want to deal with science and when they don't want to deal with science, all based on what they believe.
I agree.
But belief is a form of not knowing. Like, if you deal with actual facts, it's certain things that you know to be right and exact. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like certain things, like solar facts, we don't know that to be actual. We don't know that how far the Earth is really. It's written down. Somebody told us, but we really don't know that. But you know what?
But Turtle, look, when we talk about the out of Africa theory, now correct me if I'm wrong. All right, correct me if I'm wrong. We get the out of Africa theory from Charles Darwin.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
So who we get the out of Africa theory from?
Bro, so listen, do you know when the out of Africa theory was given to the people?
I don't know the exact date. Nah.
All right, so we're gonna look it up because I don't wanna be on no bullshit.
All right. So while you looking, the whole out of Africa theory hinges on Lucy, right?
No, it don't. Bro, they had don't, bro. They didn't have these high sciences when they came out with the theory. They didn't have DNA. They didn't have all the things that they got now. They ain't had that shit.
I don't have an answer for that.
They ain't have that shit. Look, here we go. Out of Africa theory. Let me see.
I ain't talking about the guy from Chicago University. I'm saying like before that. I ain't talking about.
How was there one before that?
What I'm saying, what I understand.
Wasn't no social media. Shit ain't go viral.
Right. But I'm saying I ain't talking about like when it came. I'm talking about Darwin. So if there was somebody before Darwin who was saying that humanity came out of Africa.
Listen. Okay, all right. So we're gonna look up Charles Darwin.
I know the dude. I know Chicago. I know Melville. I know all that. I'm just saying.
Okay,
from
Charles Darwin. When was he born?
Darwinism.
When was
I
Charles
don't know.
Darwin born?
I don't know when Charles Darwin was born.
Nah, listen. I'm gonna just take you to it.
Yeah.
February 1809.
Okay.
Okay, 1809. That's when he was born. Okay.
Okay.
1809. Now, let's see when the out of Africa theory was created. I mean, what was it? No, not the out of Africa. Darwinism.
Humanity.
Right?
Humanity. Yeah. Yeah. That's my fault. I brought up two separate topics. The
Yeah.
out of Africa thing is from America. That's the guy in Chicago. But
Okay.
I'm talking about Charles Darwin
Darwinism. Charles. All right. So
Lucy.
let's
I'm
see.
talking about Lucy.
So I'm trying to find a date on when he released this. All right. All right. On the Origin of Species, published in 1859. All right.
Okay. All right.
1859. All right. 1859. Right. So now we're gonna look up the Wallam Olam. The Wallam Olam. All right. Have you heard of the Wallam Olam?
Nah.
Okay. So that's the Lenape book. That's the book. That's what we sat down and sat with somebody, I don't know, one of these motherfuckers, told them our origin stories and stuff like that, right? And they recorded it and they released it in a book. Okay. The book was published in the 1830s. Okay.
All right.
All right. Which predates Darwinism by almost 30 years and predates the out of Africa theory by over 100 years. So this is what my tribe particularly said. And it's recorded on parchment. Like old shit. We still have it. Right? And it's not what they told us, it's what we told them. Right? And based on this and our migration story, everything that I've been telling you outside of coming from what I would say Africa, right? Because the Wallam Olam doesn't talk like that. Because guess what? There was no Africa. There was no GPS. There was no nothing to say where motherfucker was really ever at.
That's my point.
We're basing, huh?
That's my point.
All right. But guess what? There were things like the Saturn, right? Saturn, right? The morning star, something that people 200,000 years ago saw, just like we see it, just like you see the sun, they see it, and they recorded it, right? So with certain things that let you know what they was talking about, what they was looking at. Also, remember I explained to you that the language is very descriptive. So all these things are being recorded in traditions.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of those traditions, bro. And it was speaking about us migrating into the Americas coming from a certain direction. Because what else would we be talking about other than direction?
Right.
We're not on it like we on it now. So for people to think that this shit is as literal as you think when a motherfucker say we come from the mud, that's the same talk as the Bible give you when it say from the ashes, from the earth, from the dirt. And if you want to know who Adam and Eve are the first Homo sapiens sapiens. They're the first of modern man. That's why they're so special. They're not the first human. There were many other species of humans that lived, and giants were one of them. And they all came out of Africa at different times and migrated to different parts of the planet. That's the simple truth, bro. All this other shit that people is telling you, don't get racism interjected into science to make you throw the science away, right?
Nah,
Because the
I
same
ain't worried
science,
about what nobody telling. I ain't worried about what people say.
the same science that says that people come from Africa and all that is the same science that tells you that the black man's physiology is way better. That's what the science says. But racism puts the spin on it. But they come from monkeys. No, motherfucker, black man ain't come from monkeys. They're saying that human beings, Homo sapiens sapiens, had a common ancestor to the monkey, to any bipedal animal. They just picking the monkey to throw it in your face to make you feel like shit.
Mm-hmm.
But really, human beings are closer to apes than monkeys. We're closer cousins to apes. Our first cousins were Neanderthals. This is what science says. I don't know, and I really don't care. You know what I'm saying? But this is what the science says. It ain't for me to determine it true or not. My only concern is what's going on. The people that raise these conversations raise them because they got nothing better to tell you, bro. They can't teach you your language. They can't teach you your culture.
I ain't worried about people. This is from like my name this is from me. So
yeah, because it's a conversation that's been running rampant.
I'm in this part of the world right now.
I know,
you know
it's a conversation that's been running rampant. When you talk to different tribal people, they'll tell you about their migrations. People just don't believe. And listen, science don't come from these white people thinking it up. They developed sciences to validate what was told to them. You think white motherfuckers came to America looking for the lost city of gold because they made it up? It's some shit they heard. Like, bro, it ain't, they don't know nothing. Everything that they tell you is some shit they learned. You think the white man discovered the universe and told you that the earth was round and it was this many planets? No, the Dogon did that. And the French studied with the Dogon. It's all documented. Like, that shit ain't come from no fucking white people telling you about space. That come from the Dogons. The white people get it from the indigenous people long time ago. And they've been developing their sciences based on that. And that's why they got what they got. That's why the binary code is the same code as your reproduction. It doubles, just like your grandparents. 2 to 4, right? To 8. Right. That's how the binary code works.
Hey, brother, I'm glad you brought that up, right?
No, I feel you. I just don't see that being the case, that humanity, whatever layer of humanity we speak of, mankind sprouted out of Africa. Because I don't, just from the simple fact, like you just said, there was giants and then there was,
and they migrated. And the DNA and the genetics will tell you, if people let go of the DNA is to find out what tribe I come from concept and understand that DNA really what it does, it tracks migrations based on markers, and it tells you where somebody that was a relative, that was an ancestor, was at one point in time. Not meaning that that's where you're from. It's just saying that one of your ancestors that made you up, and remember your grandparents doubled every generation. One of them motherfuckers was in this place. They just use it as a weapon and say that, so that's where you're from. No, they just found one marker. But these markers are used to trace migration patterns, right? And if they use
actual bones, they use actual skeletons.
I know, but they get the markers from the markers is a part of the finding. It's not like marks. It's what they call them, markers.
I follow you. I understand exactly what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
But I'm just saying they using actual skeletons that they found. And
no, they're
saying,
not. You're getting the two mixed up, bro. I'm telling you, it's a science where they don't have to track dead people. They can track living people because there's living people who have the DNA from their ancestors passed down.
Yeah.
So you don't got to test somebody a dead bone. You can test you and then test a nigga in Asia And if y'all come up with the same markers, that means y'all have a common ancestor. That's all it means.
Mm-hmm.
It don't
brother.
mean you're
That
him.
would mean we all have a common ancestor. That would
Yeah,
mean
gotta
we
be.
all, literally, every
Yeah.
human being on Earth would be related in some way or another because we all sprung up out of the same place. That's my point.
Absolutely.
That I don't see that being the case, is what I'm saying.
Well, watch this. Hey, watch this. See what I'm saying?
I don't
Back to
see
that
how that
binary
can
thing.
be. Because if
back,
we're gonna, if you do my genealogy, if I send my blood, I send a swab to 23andMe, which is, it's all BS, but I'm just saying, if we send that to 23andMe, I specifically in 2010 used genebase.com with Henry Louis Gates. So I did my joint with him back when the wave was like strong. So I did that. Now I got genetic markers.
That's
I got
funny.
genetic markers or haplogroup connections or whatever you want to call it with Colombia, with out here in Saudi, or one of the reasons I came out here. What is it? In
Bro,
places in Africa, all, like, I'm talking about mad spots, right? So the point is, like you just said, if you test your DNA with, and then you test somebody in Asia, and y'all got the same markers, then we got a common ancestor. My point is, if we all sprung up out of Africa, then forget that DNA swab, because we by default we gonna have a common ancestor.
yeah, so what
Bro,
we
you're
fighting?
talking about 80,000, 100,000 years. DNA changes, mutations happen. Everybody's not going to have related markers. No, that's
No,
not.
watch this.
That's not what it means.
Hey,
We
brother.
all, if humanity, that's what I'm saying. I must be sounding crazy,
Nah,
because
bro, we
if
heard you. Hold on.
humanity sprung up out of one place, I don't care where that place is. If we all sprung up out of one place, then humanity started with one person or two people.
It didn't.
Bro, we
That's
got you.
not how
We
it
got
happened.
you. We got
There
you.
was different species of man that were created, coming out of different regions in certain places in Africa because of the location to the fucking equator and all that shit. Different species came out. Different species migrated. Neanderthal is older than Homo sapiens sapien, and they was in Europe first.
Yeah,
Right?
but we not all Neanderthal. We don't all have, like,
No,
yeah, I'm not a scientist. So
bro,
this
listen.
Say we were Neanderthal. He said they were older than Homo sapiens.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I said they're older. They were in Europe before the Homo sapien went up in there. And the first Homo sapien that went up in there was what they say an African.
But
right.
But if you look at the word Neanderthal, we know Ander means man, but the knee is like Neo. So it means new.
It's
It literally
named
means
after
the
a
new
man.
man.
It's named after the man that found it. It's not that deep. It's the man that found it is like Neander. That's his name.
No, that means a new man.
No, it's not. The man that found the cave, his name is Neander.
And his name, that's like saying Newman. Newman means a new man,
It
doesn't
don't matter. It's his name. It's not like it was a science behind it.
That's
It's
what.
like
That's the
if you
thing.
really
That
is.
people they
Ander
named it
means
after.
It's just like the Delaware. That's a man's name. Stop it.
Bro, it's just like Andrew, all the Andro.
No,
It don't matter. It's named after the man who found the cave.
Android, everything,
Just like
all of
the
that means what it means.
venison is named after, that's a nigga's name. The venison, that's another humanoid species.
Yeah,
right? It's named
Denisovian.
after the
That's
man
dark
that
skin.
found them.
There was a dark skinned people.
Bro, it's named
Darwinism
after
was
the man
named
that
after
found them.
Darwin, right?
Huh?
Darwinism was named after Darwin, right?
Yes, named after the
Neanderthals
man.
were named after the person who discovered it. The white people love pinning their names on things so they would be lauded and remembered. That's why Neanderthals are called Neanderthals. Darwinism is called Darwinism. Stella's eagle is called Stella's eagle. That's the point he's trying to make to you, D. Calico.
Bro, I understand what he's saying. I'm saying
okay,
that
so
it don't matter.
if you understand
calm down,
why
calm
are
down.
you still sticking to the
Because,
same
bro,
crack
you
of
can't.
thought
Because,
and
bro,
trying to over explain when
Bro,
he's
that's where
giving
the
you the
pseudo
facts.
comes from.
The name mean what it mean. The word mean what it mean, but regardless.
Bro, it's named after a
No,
dude.
It's not like Darwin. Darwin don't mean shit. Like they say, it don't break down to nothing.
You're creating a whole
Neander literally breaks down his new
creating
man.
a whole nother synopsis And
people
that
taking it
name.
far out of left field.
It takes on that definition. But
no, it takes
comes from
on
a
this.
man's
It
name.
takes on this definition of a caveman, but it
Bro, it's
literally
not a
means new man.
caveman. That's you saying that. Do we have to
That's
go to the
your
definition
thought.
of a Neanderthal, or do you just want to deal with what you think because it's what you've been conditioned? Should I look it up, or do you want to deal like you want to be right and exact?
People
Or
first
you
cognitive
What do you
dissonance.
mean? Well, I'm saying, what do you mean that a Neanderthal is not a cave dweller?
No.
Oh,
He didn't
Bro,
say
they
that.
buried their dead in the cave. That's why they found bones in the cave. They buried their dead in the cave. You really don't know what you're talking about, bro. Trust me. They buried their dead in the cave like many people did.
After they ate them.
Yeah, they probably ate there. That's what I was gonna say.
They ain't eat
They
them
like
motherfuckers.
cannibals.
The Neanderthal didn't
I'm
eat
kidding.
nobody.
But they
I
would
was
tell you that your
That's
ancestors
all
did that.
sensationalism, bro. They're not what you think.
kidding.
But what
It's
they say
all
about our
sensationalism.
ancestors? But what they say about our ancestors?
Homo sapien sapien?
No, niggas in
Homo
South
sapien
America,
sapien?
any part of America,
Man,
Africa,
Bro,
they gonna
are
say
you a
you ate
Homo
them.
my
sapien
ancestors brought
sapien?
niggas, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Are
Yeah,
you
I'm
a
a
Homo
wise,
sapien
well-known man.
sapien? Are you a Homo sapien sapien?
I'm a wise, well-knowing man. That's what it means.
You ain't
Are you
acting
a
wise.
Homo sapien sapien? Are you the thinking man? Do you have a fully developed frontal lobe?
No,
Did you hear me, brother?
no.
Can you hear me now?
Can you see a Neanderthal's head how it slopes back? You see how all them other humanoids heads slope back? You know why? Because they don't have a fully developed frontal lobe.
Bro, this is a neocortex. That neocortex means the new brain. That's why we only use 10% of our brain, because it's not really being
matter how
used.
much we use of
You're
it.
not
We have
using
it.
much of it. You're not using this big
You're
ass
making a different
forehead.
conversation. Like, come on, that's weak.
You're
going to a different
No, I'm saying we're
conversation.
bragging on something that we're not totally using.
You're changing the conversation. I'm asking you if you're a Homo sapien sapien.
Bro, even if I wasn't, of course I am.
All right, then chill. Chill. So you asked about our people. Our people are Homo sapiens sapiens. It ain't Darwinism. Like Darwinism is the name they put onto a phenomenon that they studied. Eugenics got nothing to do with that shit.
Charles Darwin.
Like y'all wilding, bro. You're like, it's simplistic thought. You need to raise your vibration, bro. You real low with it. Like you real simple with it. Like you the type of person really believe Jesus walked on water. That's what you would have been.
Okay.
I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm talking to this other nigga.
Oh God. I'm like, damn.
Nah, pardon me. I'm talking to the other nigga. Now, half the shit I'm saying, the energy is for the other nigga. Pardon me, bro.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But listen, you don't have to believe the out of Africa theory. You don't have to believe none of that shit. That really is not important. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to waste no brain cells on that shit.
Hey, the brother wouldn't let me say this about the binary code. Like I heard you bring that up, and bro, people really don't understand what you're saying, because all of us got a mother and a father. All of our mothers and fathers got mother and father. So like you say, it doubles. So it's going from 2 to 4 to 8 to 16, and it broke in 18 generations. That's a million. Oh, it's over 1 million people.
Yeah.
You feel me? And these people really didn't want to act like there's no way our ancestors were all around the world. You know what I mean? That's retarded. Just 900 years ago, we had 1 million ancestors.
And you don't think they was all over the world?
And like you saying, 30,000 years ago, they don't want to do that math. They can't even math. There's no number. We don't even have numbers large enough to explain it.
Where your ancestors were.
No, man, that's dumb. And then they want to think they was all in Mississippi, or I'm from one little corner of America. Man, that's incest. That's incest, man. I get tired of hearing this shit.
Yeah. Like, honestly, this is what my elders told me. They said, we ain't from Africa. We from the same place they from. Take it for what you want. Like, I don't know, and I don't care. People want to make me care because I stick to my tribal migration story, but what else am I supposed to do? That's my people, my nation, my history.
Yeah, and you'll be a fool to try to rewrite it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they want you to do. They want you to do that. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, like, people need to salute you, but I ain't gonna lie, these people just woke up. So they don't know you've been in the game. And like, you know what I'm saying? Like you've really been helping people for a long time. And like definitely doing everything Dane Calloway doing, you've been doing that. Like you probably started that for the Aboriginal community.
I wouldn't even say that because I watch people
doing what he's doing.
Bro, you've been doing this for a long time. I'm a Moor, so I've been woke way before the Aboriginal community. They just woke up last 2-3 years.
Yeah, I know.
You know, and they acting a fool.
They wilding, bro. Like, I don't know, like, I don't even really get it. Like, people be saying I'm an agent, right? And I've been the one telling people to get into their genealogy for years, right? Yep. I'm the one that been trying to show the similarities between Native American cultures and pre-dynastic cultures. Why? So these people could stop fighting over Africa and America. You know what I'm saying? We was matriarchal, both sides. That's why when a lot of them Africans came here, they was able to blend in so well into the tribes because we was matriarchal. And they was able to hide and get low within our tribes. Because we was all matriarchal. What the tribes in West Africa are primarily matriarchal tribes. That patriarchal stuff goes more towards once you get to the other side. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I got documented, I got stuff where the dude, books that was written. I just got to dig all this stuff up because, like you said, I've been doing it for a long time. I got books like that talk about this dude named John Norris. He went around in the, 1800s, and he taught plantation people, the owners, the formula for a proper plantation. He told them how many African slaves to buy, how many native women to buy. Why do you want more native women? Like, you don't want no African women, you want all native women because they know the land, they know the things, they know all these things. You want the Africans because they're gonna work harder. The native man ain't gonna work like this, like he gonna work. Had all that shit written down. Buy 21 of these, buy 10 of these, all this shit. And he used to do lectures and go around and do lectures on how to properly start your plantation.
Yeah.
Like, had a whole career on it.
You had to start your business.
Yeah, how to start your business, bro. Nothing new. Like, that's the stuff I'm more concerned about. I'm more concerned about people figuring out how to get past that block. Motherfucker be like, oh, I can't get past the 1800s. Guess what? This is what you can do. Wherever you get blocked at, start studying the peripheral things that was going on. You can't find nobody back behind that point. Start studying. Go pick that year and then go wherever you need to go and get a newspaper from every month of that year and read through that newspaper. See if you can see something was going on. Like, that's how you start to jar your memories. It ain't always gonna be the straight path. Sometimes you gotta go all the way around this big ass rock.
Yeah, it's jagged, man. It's a jagged edge, man.
Yeah. So like,
this is the way to start, bro. This like I said, I had that question. I jumped in the chat. Like, literally, that's something that is a block. that is the block. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the block. That out of Africa thing. That's like, that's
not a block. Because that's 80,000 years ago. How about you worry about that when you get there?
No, what I'm saying is, for me, or for some people, it may be a block. For you, it's not a block, and that's fine. But
that's the agent in your life. That's the agent in your life.
Ain't no agent in my life, bro.
I'm saying if it's a block, if it's something that's keeping you from
your adversary, your devil, the devil.
That's your adversary. If it's keeping you from getting focused on the things that's really important. And that's what these people want you to do. They want you to argue over silly shit. Instead of, like, you know what I'm saying? Like bro, I don't care about no out of Africa shit. And niggas try to put me on it. I don't care.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what I hate, bro. The whole Aboriginal community be like, fuck Africa. I hate Africa, and then they love the European. I be want to slap these niggas, man. I swear to G. I don't understand none of them.
I really don't know all the way. I was hoping he could come up and give us a little breakdown on what it is. You know what I'm saying?
The only way people should hate Africa if you feel like we came on a slave ship and they sold you out, but people say we didn't do that. So why are they mad at Africa? You know, oh, they lied and told us we from. Who lied? The European. Oh, well, why you hate Africans? The European lied to your dumb ass. You feel me? They love the European, man. And these niggas, boy, these niggas sad, dog. I ain't trying to hate. I'm just saying, if you hate the African, but you love the European, you the problem, man. Fuck you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I
hate him.
don't get it. Yeah, I'm not an African either, bro. I'm Lenape. And Africans ain't Africans either. They're Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? They're, you know,
etc. Yep.
They're whatever nation they're a part of. Like you're still on this like wild and shit. Like you're not really getting it, but you want to be in the front. You're not really getting it, bro. And you just say real things. You say things like, I own land. Do you own land? That's what the Europeans do. He came and took our land, bro. Like, what are you talking about? I don't own no land. My nation is the caretaker of that land.
That's
and
real.
I'm a warrior for my nation.
Hey, I was just gonna say down in South America, the shaman would tell you that he's not gonna sell you any land because no man can own land. But you can pay to be there, but you can never own it, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like I don't get it. Like you just be doubling down on your shit. That shit crazy to me. Nah, you're not getting it, bro. Like nothing you really say is accepted except by people that don't even knock on your door on a daily basis. Like you can't even have your conversations with your grandmother. Let alone her add on and build with you. It's not gonna happen. No, you're not the same. You a goat and we wolves. I keep telling you. We good with the land. Our land never left, bro.
Really?
And we never left the land. That's why I still know who I am, because my people stayed on the land.
Hey, you know, during Beringia, there was this giant bear that lived up in that same region. They say it would have made it hard for anybody to cross that land bridge. They say this bear is bigger than any bear alive.
Yeah, but man, motherfuckers was hunting motherfucking mammoths. Might give a fuck about no bear. Motherfuckers is eating them bears. And let me tell you something, bro.
Cave bears.
So listen, we talking about giants, right? Bro, when my tribe during our migration, guess who we encountered during our migration? A tribe of giants, and it's documented right in the Ohio Valley.
Christopher Columbus, he said the same thing when he went to South America.
There was a great war in the Ohio Valley between the Lenape and giants. We beat them because we outnumbered them. And a lot of those giants were buried in mounds. And it's documented in our history. That's how we know about it.
That's dope, man. That's dope.
Man, Christopher Columbus
brag about them mounds and you talking about them giants.
Yeah, Mauritania means land of the giants. Yeah. I'm talking about Christopher Columbus when he went to South America. In his diary, he said the women were giants. He said they could have picked him up and bit his head off. Like they could fit his head in his mouth.
Now listen, in the description it says, all right, so the Lenape always been, Verrazano, they always described us as tall, angular, well built. You know what I mean? Men are like at least 6 foot. I'm 6'3". All right. Boom. They said the Lenape were small to these people. Some came up to their waist. And I can send you the link so you can read it for yourself. Because, you know, by now, a lot of this stuff has made it to the internet. People just don't know where to look for it, or they don't have the idea to look for it. You know what I'm saying?
So, Turtle.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Remember, Two Hawk said earlier that some of the people in your lineage could have been suckers. All right. So
I know them. I know some of them.
Listen. So, you know, there's always like beef in the community, black on black crime or whatever you want to call it. Do you guys have in your oral history the identities or the regions of the people who y'all may have considered cowards or adversaries or whatever, because that could be a basis of the hostility between the people.
No, it ain't, because
That's some stuff that I would love to know, because it's one thing, like I could listen to your history all day, but also I would also like to hear the people that may have come in contact with you.
Yo, and Turtle gonna get at you right now, and I'm not even gonna come off the top with it. I'm gonna give it to you verbatim. Do you see this book?
Yep.
This book is called The Grandfathers Speak. Do you see who wrote it? You see that? It's not a white man. You see that?
I can't say the name, but yeah,
I see it. It's a Lenape man. Hitakona Nana Lunak. All right. Lenape man wrote this from traditions that was passed down to him. Right. So you're talking about a traitor, right? And you want me to identify some situations. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scroll through this book so I can get to the exact part, and I'm gonna read it to you.
All right.
All right. Because that's what like the shit I be talking about, bro. I don't make none of it up. I might not have it on tap because I've been studying so long. You know what I mean? I gotta go through stuff. I got stuff that's still on them old ass computers that used to sit under the desk. I got like 3 of them just sitting in the closet. You know
but
what
this is more beneficial though. You know what I'm saying?
So I'm gonna scroll through this. This is the second book I had. I gave one away to somebody. In the book, in my other one, I had it all underlined because this is something that I go through a lot with people. But I'll give you a small. Okay, so we have the Lenape encounter with the Europeans. Like people like this dude is speaking for my people, but they don't know that we got our own literature and our own authors that could speak for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like he wilding, yo. So let me find the part.
Who wilding?
Not you. I'm talking about the other dude. Like,
cat. Make sure the litter box.
Not you, bro. Not bro. I'm having discourse with you.
Telling my daughter.
Hey, we good.
All right. True.
All right. So, all right. Here we go. William Penn was governor of Pennsylvania in the late 1600s. That's long enough ago for you, 1600s. And he made several purchases. Not you. I'm just saying in general. And he made several purchases of land from us. It was never his intention to force us from our homes on the lands he purchased, right? So these are good people doing trade with people, right? Not nobody selling out, how we could rephrase it now. Like, and this is somebody, they speaking, this is from documents and stuff handed down. This is somebody that was around at the time, you know what I'm saying? Like, this not some made up shit, right? So, Miquon Onus held the white people and the Indian could live together, held that the white people and the Indian could live together in harmony, and what we should be treated as equals. During his lifetime, we had no complaints over land matters and were not able to be resolved in our satisfaction. However, upon his death, others came into power who were not friendly towards us and who were greedy for our lands. See, greedy for our lands. Do you own land? All right. In 1737, after much argument, threats, and pressure from James Logan, head of Indian Affairs, the walking purchase was signed by Chiefs Nutamus, Tishakunk, Lapawinso, and Menakikon. Through this, we lost most of our lands in eastern Pennsylvania by bringing forth fake 1686 deed supposedly signed by some of our former chiefs. And we're going to get to that. Logan insisted that boundaries had never been laid out, and so we agreed that the English could have as much land as a man could walk in the day and a half. But Logan came up with a devious plan. He had paths cut into the woods in advance and used 3 specially trained fast walkers who were followed by horses with provisions. So the end was that instead of covering 25 miles as expected, 60 miles were taken in. But this was wasn't the end of the deception. By manipulation on paper, more land was marked, and it is included all the lands occupied by our people and some Shawnee. So they're already identifying some chiefs that did some underhanded shit. It's also talking about William Penn did not have the issue. It was people who came into power after William Penn. All right. In the switch from William Penn's humanitarian politics to Logan's divide and rule policy of strengthening our uncles. Okay, boom, I'm gonna break you down. This gave rise to a lot of resentment amongst our people. We felt frustrated and tricked, so we refused to move and threatened all intruders into our land. The English moved settlers in, and this made us even more angry, and several incidents of violence erupted. Now, as the thorn in the side of the English, they wished to be rid of us. So Brother Onus, which is what they called the white people of Pennsylvania, the government, pardon me, showed the Six Nations Iroquois Confederacy chiefs the fake 1686 deed, and they stood against us and forbade us to sell our land. We were caught between the English and the Six Nations, so we had no choice but to move our people from our lands at the forks of the Delaware to the Susquehanna River. Also adding to our anger was white encroachment on our lands on the Brandywine River and the forcing of our people from that area. In the switch from William Penn's humanitarian policies, the Logan's divide and rule policy of strengthening our uncles, the Six Nations, our chiefs felt helpless and frustrated, victims of an injustice against which we could do nothing. The favoritism shown to the Six Nations was highly resented by us. We were innocent victims of an Indian policy that served the best interests of the English in their resistance to the French, a policy that strengthened the Six Nations but left our Lenape people without a country to call our own. So you want to talk about traitors? I just read to you where the Iroquois were traitors to the Lenape. You see that?
Yeah.
I just gave it to you.
I can believe that.
And that's not me saying all Iroquois are bad. I'm talking about the politics that was going on. It even got so bad that because people that know history know that the Lenape were subjugated by the Iroquois at one point, because the Lenape did not want to let the English all the way down to Atlantic City, which was a major port, right? They needed access to that, right? So they put the Iroquois in charge. And that's what I'm reading to you. And it got to a point where the Iroquois were selecting our chiefs. And it's all in this book. The Iroquois were selecting our chiefs, and some of them were drunkards, and they were being paid off with liquor. And they were co-signing whatever they wanted. The Iroquois locked up with the English to overthrow us. And this is what happened. And the names and the things I talked about, you from Jersey, you heard of these places, Brandywine River. You know about these places. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's south from where you was at, but that's Jersey, bro.
There's a Brandywine in every city.
There's a Brandywine. I'm sure there is.
Yep.
I'm sure there is. You know what I'm saying? And we can get to what the indigenous name of it was. You know what I mean? They mentioned the Susquehanna. That river's name still stands. You know what I mean? That's a Lenape word. So you asked about traders, and I like, boom.
Yeah.
Like, that's how it went down. All this little somebody married somebody, so you think that was a traitor? What is, not you, I'm talking about these other people. What is somebody marrying a French person into their family? How is that a traitor when you got things happening on this level? You understand? But this is what people don't understand, who just be talking and they be trying to make it so simple. Oh, y'all married a bunch of white people, y'all traitors. No, the treachery that was going on a political level, on a much higher level. You're thinking on some high school shit.
Hey, brother, help me understand the Louisiana Purchase, man. Did Louisiana sell out? Really, like, I you know what I'm saying? I really think obviously they had something to
The
do with it.
Louisiana Purchase was because, listen, France was at war the Haitian Revolution was going on.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't fight 2 wars. France had that territory, but never developed it because they didn't have the troops to go in there and clear that shit out. That's why they sold it to the United States during the Haitian Revolution, because they needed bread to get that shit together. All the shit is tied in.
I'm saying, why did we even get a land to the French? Because I know
Nobody gave it to them. They claimed it. Bro, I could claim your house right now and you still be living there. It's when we decide to come clear you out, like, you don't even know it. These people were claiming the land. They weren't given the land. They got a right to take this section. The English got a right to take this section.
So that's the Lewis and Clark expedition. Like, all of the expedition was all the land they were claiming.
That shit got to do with the papal bull. That shit got to do with a whole bunch of other things.
Mm-hmm.
They split the world up. That's why the 13 colonies is English, and from the 13 colonies in Africa are primarily English and Dutch, right? From the 13 colonies over, it's like primarily French and Spanish. That's because the Pope was divvying the world up.
I mean, you had Georgia with Britain, and you had Florida with like you said, Spain or whatever.
Yeah, you know? Because they blotted the world up. So that part, Louisiana, was the part of America that was allotted to them.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? That's why it was what it was. They never had control of it. The French was never even up in there. Maybe they sent a few people in there to check it out. You know what I mean? But they was never dug in up there because it was too many wild Indians. That's where all the wild Indians is.
That's why I'm saying I'm wondering how the hell they let it get took like that.
They didn't. Hey. That shit came, like, people not getting it. They think like you see how we are now. You see how you got niggas in the hood that ain't, like, motherfuckers is doing their own things. Motherfuckers is all over. Like,
yeah.
Motherfuckers was already on that shit back then. It wasn't like people think. I don't know what they think. Like, they just watched the movie, or I don't know, but they not realizing that it was motherfuckers that was like, I kind of fuck with that shit. You know what I mean? Like, real Indians that'd be like, I'm about to go live in town. It's popping. Like, niggas is doing that shit right now. We the same niggas. Ain't nothing changed.
So what you said right there, right? Like, when you read about Andrew Jackson, he came through Louisiana and he got with some, I think it says some Creoles, or basically some dark-skinned people, to join the fight. Were these so-called Indians, or were these like
Creoles?
Yeah, I know they were Creoles, but where they, like, basically where they come from, or who, like, you know what I mean? How they get there?
A lot of these people are a mixture.
Yeah, that's what Creole mean, mix.
Yeah.
Creole.
So Creoles are people, like, this shit start with these people being kicked out of France. They landed in Nova Scotia. They was in Nova Scotia. They kicked them out of Nova Scotia. They went to Maryland. They kicked them out of Maryland. They went down to Louisiana. And in Louisiana, they settled and they married and intermixed with different tribes down there.
Yeah.
And that's what the Creole people come from.
Yeah. King Louis and Anna. Louisiana.
Yeah. So how do I know this? Because my wife's family is one of the most prominent of those families. There's books written about them.
You know Hatfields and McCoys.
Yeah, I heard all that is in reference to that. But those people, but what you got to understand is those people, those French people, that they was fleeing. So it wasn't like they was some high tootin', they was being kicked out of the places they was in. So when they went and settled with the indigenous tribes, they married into them. And they took on those identities and those cultures and they blended. So it wasn't like they was people coming in there on some big boy shit to take over. They was fleeing motherfuckers.
Yeah, they got colonized. I know what you're saying. They got colonized.
Yeah, you got to understand, a lot of these people that we're considering, they came over here and colonized us. Oh, them niggas was fleeing persecution in Europe.
Yep.
These motherfuckers was slaves.
Yep.
Them first group of white people that came here, them motherfuckers was slaves. And some of listen, the first, and I got the document, and it's, well, I don't got the document, but I got the information, and the document lies in Albany, right? It talks about the first parcel of land that was deeded to Europeans happened in what is called Monmouth County, New Jersey, where I'm from, right? And it was given to them under the right of religious freedom, meaning they could live there amongst the tribe and have the freedom of religious expression, because they didn't even have that where they was coming from. And that's the language of the actual treaty. Don't say nothing about this land is yours. It says you can live here with us under the freedom of religion as long as you pay your taxes and you good people. That's basically what it says. You know what I'm saying? It ain't had nothing to do. A lot of these motherfuckers was trying to get from under the thumb. It's just that when business took off, these motherfuckers was like, damn, we could overthrow these motherfuckers, then enslave these motherfuckers and keep getting this money. The slave became the slave master.
Yeah.
That's all that happened.
Turtle, question. You mentioned your wife's family. Are they what you would call Normans?
Nah, they I forgot the name, but my wife is a mix of she's Choctaw, she's Taino, and she's what are they called? Damn it, why can't I remember this shit?
Nah, I asked that because I did like tracing my father's last name. It go all the way back to like the Normans, and I'm like, damn, I thought that.
Nah, I think Normandy is in northern France.
Yeah.
Nah, they from the bottom part, near more of the Mediterranean area. It was something going on there.
Hey, bro, look at this though. Being that y'all came from Siberia, you know
We
that
didn't come from Siberia.
I'm saying 30,000 years ago, people been coming from that way. What I'm saying is, those people over in that part of the world are short, right?
Nah,
they
listen.
are.
Nah, it's some people that's short there.
I'm saying, so you don't think y'all could have mixed in with the with the giants?
When we came through there, them people that's there now wasn't there. Bro.
In America?
Nah, the short people that's in, you talking about the people in America?
I'm saying when y'all encountered these giants, who's to say y'all didn't mix in with them? That's why y'all tribe so tall now.
No, we was tall then. That's how we was able to measure ourselves to them. No, listen, it's mad different species of humans that existed. I could pull it up now, right? Giants were some of them. These are different species of humans. They still humanoids. They're still the Homo family, but they're different versions of the human, right? And it's something like 15 or 16. And guess what? As long as these species come into existence within 10,000 years, they can fucking intermix. So what they're talking about science is finding now is that, right, when the Homo sapiens developed and started to go into these other places, these other, Denisovan man, Homo habilis, Homo erectus, some of them were still around. Java man, right? Some of these were still around and in different regions. So what happened is these Homo sapiens would end up intermixing with these motherfuckers, breed with them. And that's how you have distinguishing different features of different nations. A lot of that, they're finding out, they say everybody outside of sub-Saharan Africa got 2 to 4% Neanderthal, right? We get our immune system, we get a boost from our immune system because of the Neanderthal DNA in us. You know what I'm saying? But it's only 2 to 4%. So out of 100%, it's 2 to 4%. And that's black or white, anybody outside of Southern Africa. This is what the science says. It's not what Turtle Gang say. So don't persecute Turtle Gang. I'm just telling you what science say, right? But certain Asians, I think they are supposed to be mixed with Neanderthal and the Denisovan man, something like that.
Yeah, Denisovian.
Denisovian, yeah. So what they're finding out, because remember, science is improving all the time. What they finding out is that there's a lot more to the puzzle, right? So did people intermix? Yeah. From what I understand, from what I was told, from what I saw to be true, you had Twa people, you had the Koshan, which they call Clovis sometimes. You had all these people over here. Then you had what they would call the wave of Algonquin or the Lenape people coming, and motherfuckers was all mixing up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just what it was.
Exactly.
Some motherfuckers warred, you know what I mean? Like the Cherokee and the Mayan are related. Like the Mayan and the Taino are related. At one point, all these people was damn near the same people. It's just when you move away, you start to develop differences. And when you away far enough,
yep, then geography kick in.
Yeah.
And, it affects your phenotype. People don't know that.
Yeah, all that. So a lot of these people that we think are all different people, at one point, yeah, we was all the same people, but it was so long ago, it don't matter. And so many things happen, and this shit is not as simple as people want to think. No, ain't no man just get up and walk out of Africa and end up somewhere. It's mad shit that happened by the time they got to where they got. And it ain't had nothing to do with Africa, because Africa is a concept. Because even before the Afri people, that land wasn't called Africa.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a Greek word. You know, like the word Afro, Afro, it's just a Greek word. You know what I mean? That it's really like Akan, because those people really call themselves Akan.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like Akon, the rapper. Yeah.
It's like, because that's what all come down to. Before we can get back to being who we were, we got to respect what people call themselves. We got to, that's what this brother need to understand. He could probably build with us. Bro, you don't have to tear my story down to tell your story. We could all be sitting here sharing our stories, and that's how you learn. You don't learn from trying to tear somebody's, so you a Siberian. You from Siberia. No, I'm not. If you understand, when was Siberia founded?
Yeah, exactly. Not 30,000 years ago.
Yeah. So how the fuck can I be from Siberia? Because when you say Siberia, you associate me with a specific people.
Yeah.
Right? A culture, a look, everything.
See, he at least could say you the Asiatic black man. Yeah. At least. You know what I'm saying? Like the Khoisan people, like you were saying.
Mm-hmm. You can't tell me you can't see the Asians in the Khoisan people.
Yeah. And you can see us in them. You can see the Native American in them.
And people will tell you, you light skinned because you was with such and such. The Khoisan wasn't with no white people. They predate the white people. And they was copper-colored people coming out of Africa.
Yeah, oldest genetics in the world.
Yeah, stop playing. You want to be supreme? You go that's people don't really understand. Y'all better study the Khoisan.
Put it like this: J.A. Rogers said in 1903 that the largest population of so-called Africans outside of Africa was Southern Asia, and that was over 100 years ago. He said 100 million. Matter of fact,
check this out. Million. I'm gonna try and find an article. I broke it down when I was on Rich's show, right? But this whole thing in Africa that's going on, where they trying to give the land back to the indigenous people, come to find out that the indigenous people that they've been returning the land to ain't the oldest people. The movement has been to give Africans their land back. Well, guess what? To give Black Africans their land back. That's what it is. The Khoisan are not categorized as Black Africans. Guess what they're categorized at?
What that?
Colored.
Damn.
People of color.
They gonna mad like they some mixed people? That's fucked up.
No, this is where the template started for us being called colored.
Damn.
Right? So the Africans that they associate and that they say is their land would be to us the same thing as what the Western native tribes are. See what I'm saying? and the Khoisan are being written out of history because they were labeled colored.
Yep, I was just gonna say that. Like, yeah,
It's the same shit they did to us, and they did it to them first.
it's bro. By doing that, they literally claiming them into their bloodline. Like, hey, yeah,
Nobody says the Khoisan and then migrated into Africa. Nobody says that. Only like pseudo scholars. Let me tell you something. If you're reading like going online and you're finding all this information, you got to look at the source. If it's like a WordPress, that means anybody could have wrote that shit. You got to get sources that have been validated. Now, if you want to lay the white man lie shit over it, then you can't trust anything. But nobody of any credibility says the Khoisan originally migrated into Africa. Nobody.
No.
You can't put the link in, because if you could, you would.
Yeah.
Just put the link.
I did a video with Dr. Aleem El Bay, and he was speaking on how the Shang dynasty, is coming really from Shango. Like, it's all like one dynasty.
Yeah. Now look,
these
Free
Kushite.
Papa Network says your source is an Indian teepee. Bro, we didn't have teepees. That's see how they be revealing how they really got no real understanding of what we're talking about. He's connecting me to teepees. We was in wigwams, bro. So like you like y'all keep playing yourself. I'm not no teepee Indian.
Yeah. People don't know, like, the natives even had like
and he
homes.
co-signing that.
Look
Look
how
they
natives,
keep digging their graves.
Bro, the natives even had homes that they could move. Like,
yeah,
like literally, like, if you know what I'm saying, if the weather ain't good or if it's a different time of the year, they're gonna roll their whole home to a whole nother state. Way before mobile homes. Way before
mobile homes. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, like, I don't. It is what it is. I gotta take a moment. All right. But yeah, what was we talking about? We was talking about traders or something. What was we talking about?
You was talking about
the Iroquois traded on the Lenape.
Yeah. So the Iroquois was traders.
I appreciate it, yo. I appreciate it. I'm gonna fall back.
Yeah, so the Iroquois was traders to our people, and like the first treaty that was signed by any indigenous nation was signed by the Lenape, right? And it had to do because in order for the Revolutionary War to be fought, they had to fight it in Lenape territory. Much of it was fought in our territory. You know what I'm saying? So, like my grandparents going back generations property is where like some of these battles actually took place. You know what I mean? Like, this is documented Monmouth County history. You know what I'm saying? Like, can't nobody erase that. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is, and it ain't nobody making shit up. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We got some of the oldest cemeteries. Like, my family literally has the oldest colored newspaper in New Jersey. Historical, right? And it was called the Echo Press. It was named after my Lenape grandmother, who was from a town called, she was from the old village, right? Which was walking distance to our community. You know what I'm saying? Like, but anyway, her name was Echo. Her Lenape name is Lehe, right? Which means echo. So our newspaper was called the Echo Press. It was his historic newspaper. People who went on to go do incredible things came through my grandparents' newspaper. You know what I'm saying? Like, this all documented. Like, ain't nothing these people can do or say to deny this truth. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is.
Hey, that's a good ass name though. That I ain't gonna lie, that was a great name for a newspaper press though, Echo, because that sound carrying. You know what I'm saying? So basically, y'all carrying the word.
Bro, we was the Echo Press because we are the keepers of the flame, bro.
The oral tradition.
that oral tradition. It's just that when you moved in, like what did Noble Drew Ali say? And I'm not saying my people did it because he said it. I'm saying that's what any good leader would have told his people in the face. We got to rebuild ourselves. We need newspapers. We need jobs. We need this. We need, but we primarily, every community needs its own newspaper.
Yep.
Right? That's the heartbeat of the community. So if you're a good leader, you're going to make sure your people have that.
Yep.
Right?
I ain't gonna lie, that's like Taj Tariq Bey, that's the best thing he always say, that we must change their literature. You feel me?
That's how you change the narrative. And everybody talking about we got to tell our own story. We used to tell our own story with our own newspapers. My family had one of those. We was at the forefront of this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's my duty to carry this tradition on.
And you doing it on a virtual level. That's real.
Yeah, because that's where we at now. The same way we came from oral tradition to now being in an era of technology. So it's like, shit, we might as well use it. How did Two Hawks say his grandfather said, I'm a modern man. I'm an Indian, but I'm a modern man. That's right.
For real.
So we was modern men in 1890, because that's when my parents created this. I mean, my grandparents, you know what I mean? William Elijah Rock created this newspaper. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we still got the pay. I got some here with me, laminated and everything. Not no game.
I ain't gonna lie, man. They just waiting on some more of them videos, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? You really need to probably do something like Hidden Colors, except show us who you look at as a master teacher. So, you know what I'm saying? That could end a lot of things right there.
That's the thing. I'm going to do that, right? But the master teachers is going to be nature. I don't know if people got the patience for that.
You said the master teacher is going to be what?
Nature.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You feel me? Like, truthfully,
yeah.
Why you think we have, like, people take on what they call like animal totems? It's a part of your rites of passage. That's who you learn from.
Yeah. To me, you know, it even equates to the zodiac. You know what I mean? For real. Because that's what it means. The zoo. Zodiac. Yeah.
Man, I don't talk about nature, boy. I'm gonna leave him where he at.
Real.
But you know. Yeah, I'll be trying to read what's going on, and deal with the situation at hand. Like, you know, I feel like we had a good build tonight. Definitely gotta get ready to close it out. I didn't expect to be this late and shit.
Yes, sir. I definitely appreciate you having me up here.
Yeah, and let me tell you, if I ever speak harshly or I lean in or whatever, I'm not really doing that shit. It sometimes be like, you know, you be excited or trying to, you know, you be a little passionate about the things you gotta say.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like little theatrical, whatever. It ain't in no negative shit. I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to, like, people can see how, keep the little edge, you know. Like, it's real when you know something real and you feel it, you know, you passionate about it. And at times it could get the best of me. At times I'll be talking to 2 and 3 people at the same time.
I ain't gonna lie. Speaking of that zodiac, they always gonna show their head. You know what I mean? For real.
Oh yeah.
Like, I'm an Aries, so it'd be hard for me to even talk in a real, like, very calm way, like I really want to. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to chill, but it sounds like I'm, you know what I'm saying, on some warrior shit. But it ain't really that. You feel me? I'm chilling. For real. But yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie. I know you can see that the people real lost, man. They're real lost. So you know what I'm saying, they really need your help. And these people are slow, man. So we got to start making. Really, we got to make videos for the babies. It seems like, and then at the same time, we'll be teaching the adults because they don't know shit.
Let me show you the confusion. So this dude says, when I said we use wigwams, right? This is what his response is: wigwams? ? I guess you never heard of it.
Yeah.
He goes, so we built these mounds, longhouses, and pueblos. There's no tribe that built longhouses, mounds, and pueblos. You understand?
That's
There's
real. That's
no
real.
tribe that built all of those.
Yeah, hell no. That's different parts of America. And I mean,
Yeah.
way far off.
Like, you're claiming multiple tribes as if you represent that. You represent general information, and that's peace. Peace. You should change your name to General because you are very general with your shit, bro.
Real.
Man.
Yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. See
Man.
see the thing about you being in the
Hold up.
game.
Whoever that is, you gotta call back because your shit sound like the Chipmunks. You there?
Yo, who is that?
Yeah, no, you sound like a chipmunk.
It's Hondo.
It's Hondo. Yeah, you sound like a chipmunk, Hondo.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can fix my audio.
Pa, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Any better?
Nah, yeah, your frequencies is all jammed up.
All right, let me call back. Okay, I'll call back.
Yeah, you sound like the chipmunks. But yeah, I get it though, bro. Like, at the end of the day, if you sat here this whole time and just been sitting there, yeah, he probably really want to be friends and shit.
Yeah, man.
But
I ain't gonna lie. It be like that. Like a lot of times people will be a fan and then you rub them the wrong way. Like I done had people want to be a homie, but I don't want to be their homie. And then all of a sudden they hate me. It's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? But it just be like that, man, especially with the women too. You feel me? It's almost like some high school shit. When a woman act like she hates you and shit, it's like, damn,
Nah,
girl. You like
I
me that
think it
much?
might be my shit going because now everybody sound like that.
Damn.
Yeah, everybody sound like that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Your boy didn't sound chopped up to me. Cheeto,
Yeah, something
he
going on.
didn't sound chopped up.
How about now?
My
Now
connection must be bad, bro. Everybody sounds like a chipmunk. So yeah, everybody sound like a chipmunk right now.
you might have to go out and come back in on your own page.
I might have to reset it. Let me see what's up. Hold on. Might have to. Damn. Hold up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to just end it because I don't know what's going on. This shit getting crazy.
Yeah, like I say, I appreciate you having me up here, though, bro. You know, it's
All right,
never
thank
no
you, bro.
smoke. I ain't gonna lie, the Moors, man, we really fucking with you, bro. We been fucking with you. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, but all these Johnny come latelys, people new to the game, you know how it is. They hating on you.
All right, so listen, we'll be back. I'll be back. I think Monday I'm gonna have Pa on here, and we're gonna really chop it up. He's gonna have his chief, and you know, we're gonna have some conversation Monday. I guess 8:30. I'll set it up with everybody, make sure it's a go, and hopefully I'll see everybody back on Monday and see what our little troll got to say. You know what I mean? See if we can have some fun. See if we can build a little and have a little light fun at the end of the night or whatever, because you know, trolls is coming. That means we're doing something right. So thank you everybody for tuning in, even the trolls. I appreciate you. Somebody got to. You know what I mean? And check back with us. We'll be back real soon, all right? Peace. Well, Lagoon to walking.
Should that just stay still?